guys, here we go. It is BK here. It is Sunday, August 16th, 2026. Coming to you guys from San Diego, California. Go and follow me on Twitter for breaking news at Bravo Kilo Actual. The Instagram is at BK Actual, of course. And yes, once again, we're live streaming. This time I'm actually in the room setting up. If you guys can give me a thumbs up if everything's going okay. Like a nightmare that it is, everything I did last week failed to work this week. So I basically started from scratch and had to reset up everything. And now I think we're going okay. And I'm just kind of like going in and leaning in and checking out those chats. So if any of you guys see if it's going okay, as a matter of fact, before I even get started, I'm going to text my bro here and just make sure it's working here. Let's see. I'm going to text my... Oh, actually, I forgot. I can even just look at my own station here and go down. And let's see if it's going at this time. Let me see here. Let me turn down that phone. Sorry, guys. I'm still adjusting everything. So I think I'm good to go, though. I think everything is good to go. So... I'm just wondering why I still can't see my thing show up on YouTube. I'm looking at my own YouTube channel right now, and there we go. Okay, I'm a ways behind. Let me see. Is my volume working on this now at least? Okay, it did work. Okay, very good. All right, guys. Now we can get started. Now I can put all this shit away. You have no idea how stressful this is. The audio-only podcast is the way to go. So... it was a lot easier when I could just bullshit and get started and audio only, but this is the way it is. So again, guys, one more time. It's about, by the way, the local time, 1:47 p.m. here on Sunday. I had some things come up yesterday, and I think I'm all set up. So why don't we go ahead and get started? And let's start in France. Let me just remove my Zin really quick. Okay, you guys know I've been following for a while the social media bans all over the world, right? So we had France was one of the countries that's instituted a social media ban for young people under 16. Well, guess what? France's top court has now struck down that ban. Let me go over and flip my view here. And they struck down the ban on social media for children. And this is like a big setback for the president who had campaigned on this, of course, Emmanuel Macron. And he had made this measure a centerpiece of his legislative agenda in his final year of office. But France has this equivalent to the U.S. Supreme Court. It's called the Constitutional Council. And it said that although a ban could be justified, the current provisions constituted a, quote, disproportionate infringement on freedom of expression and communication, end quote. This was a statement that was just put out on Friday. So this council said the ban, which was passed in July, was too wide-ranging. It could apply to platforms that did not necessarily pose risks to children's health and safety, and then it did not take into account the age, maturity, or family situation of children. And they also said it was a big privacy concern because you have to prove your age on social media. Now, that would be the same problem we would have in the United States. And France is the first European country to pass a law restricting those minors' access to social media. Remember, Australia was the first one. They passed theirs back in December. It's been hit or miss. They still can't really keep people off social media. Denmark and Spain are preparing similar legislation. But now that's all up in the air as well. Critics of all these things say the bans are ineffective and can have unintended consequences, whatever that means. Left-wingers, the lawmakers in France who had opposed the law and petitioned the council to weigh in on its legality, praised the decision. Let's see here. Macron still hopes to enact a law. Legal experts, in the meanwhile, say European countries were limited in their ability to go after foreign technology companies because of jurisdictional issues. That could be done by the European Union, say, because they have a whole block of laws called the Digital Services Act, which was enacted in 2022. That seeks to protect children from harmful effects of social media, but it would have to be passed EU-wide, European Union-wide. And so far, France is the only one who's done so. I mean, it's ridiculous to me that they can't manage to get this thing through. One, to say it's ineffective, first of all, is totally untrue. I mean, how many stories have I done on the podcast now of kids like offing themselves because what they've done on social media with the bullying and everything else? I don't know what unintended consequences they are talking about here as well. Let's see. Of course, they go ask a professor. Every fucking one of these stories, they ask a professor. And they talk to some guy at the University of Paris who said, quote, "The protection of minors with regard to social networks is no longer really a national issue on which the government and candidates can commit," end quote. Whatever the fuck that means. So all up in the air. We'll see if it ever happens. But Macron says he's going to try again. This is a big deal for him, and he wants to do it. So let's go. What else is next? Oh, yeah. A lot of you guys sent this to me. This is a fantastic story. And let's talk about, okay, hang on here. Just lost my iPad signal. There we go. Back up. Okay. Apparently, if you breathe on anything or look at anything wrong, I'm going to have to like duct tape all this shit. Like it just comes unconnected. A lot of you guys sent me this story about the gold found buried under this former brewery in Belgium. This is great. And, there's a Big Red in the background for you guys just joining us. He's come into, I don't know why he comes in here. I have the fan in the room, the door open in the other room because it's hot. It's like San Diego summer, right? It's hot in here. So I have Red out there, but he wants to come in and hang out with his bud. And I'm also going to turn out this, like, I got a light here. I'm going to turn that down just a smidge. Okay, story time. Headline, $10 million in gold found buried under former brewery in Belgium. And this is when they were doing construction. I'm looking at the picture of the gold bars laid out right now. It looks beautiful. God, imagine finding this. This is so crazy. It was sealed inside a small brick cellar as these construction workers drilled below some old brewery. 49 gold bars and more than 4,000 coins. And it is worth, $10 million US. They don't know where it came from. They don't know how it ended up there. But it was in the Belgian city of Dendermonde. And these construction guys have been digging this week beneath the foundation of a brewery built in the 1890s. Oh, God. The site was undergoing renovations for a project to create transitional housing for homeless people. Of course it was. I'm sure they spared no expense in that construction. So at first, these workers, who don't sound like the sharpest tools in the shed, thought they had found only €1 coins. So they see the gold coin. If you haven't seen the Euro gold coin, you guys have been over there. You've seen it before. They have a gold coin of €1, and it's just a regular gold coin. So they didn't bother looking at it. They just saw a gold color, I guess, and said, oh, that's a €1 coin. And they kept digging. And then they started finding gold bars. And the knuckleheads kept drilling through those, too. They left dents and scratches on a few of the bars of their tools. But, yeah, they laid all this out. I have a picture of it here on the live. Let's zoom in on this picture here on the live stream. You can see they're counting. They were very careful about how they counted. They put in surveillance cameras and counted all this shit like under the camera. Very cool. Yeah, that's a lot of gold coins. 4,000 gold coins. Now, big question. Who gets to keep it? First of all, the New York Times writes the local prosecutors have to investigate whether the gold has been stolen or involved in any crime. And if not, Belgian law gives family members or other heirs 5 years to claim the bounty. But there do not appear to be any direct living heirs of the brewery's original owner, whom they have identified. He was a guy named Theophile van Asch. In an interview with a Dutch-language Belgian outlet, a TV show. A former mayor said the brewery was built in the late 19th century, and Mr. Van Ash's 3 children ran the business until it closed in 1970. None of the children married or left any children. Typical Euros. Too busy going to disco. There are few ready clues as to the origin of the gold. The authorities set a stamp on one of the gold bars dated to the 1960s. So the brewery closes down. In 1982, the property gets left to a local Benedictine monastery, and they used it as housing for former prisoners. Last year, the monks gave the property to some nonprofit, and that goes to the homeless people. So they say the gold might go to the nonprofit. Ugh. The guy who runs the nonprofit says he hopes to use the money to build more housing for families without homes. The police chief said at least 3 people had already come to the cops saying they had ties to the unearthed fortune. Yeah, they should all find lawyers immediately. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It sounds like, I mean, obviously everybody's going to come out of the woodwork saying like, oh no, that was my dad's. That was my dad's gold. But they're going to have to prove it, and that might be a hard thing to do. All right, let's keep going and go to, what do I have next for you guys? Oh, the earthquake in Indonesia. Yeah, at least 47 people killed in eastern Indonesia on Saturday. 7.7 magnitude earthquake, one of the largest the Indonesian region had experienced in decades. The earthquake hit just north of Flores Island, which is about 1,000 miles east of the capital of Jakarta. And there's the epicenter on our map here. And this caused a bunch of buildings to collapse on the island. It was one of the biggest earthquakes to hit the area in more than 30 years. So an earthquake like this occurred in 1992. That had a magnitude of 7.5, and that caused a huge amount of damage. Who knows if these buildings were up to code at all. But yeah, the death toll right now, at least 47 people died in the quake. Many others had been injured. Of course, Indonesia is a famous archipelago. That is a nation made up of a bunch of different islands, about 17,500 islands. And it is at the edge of the Pacific Ocean in that area known as the Ring of Fire. So they have frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions because that's where a bunch of the blocks of the Earth's crust collide. Damn, more than 2,000 people were killed in 2018 after a 7.5 magnitude earthquake. And the tsunami hit central Indonesia. I guess they put out some tsunami warning on Saturday, but that never materialized, luckily. And we'll watch that one. Speaking of weather, though, as long as we're talking about some weather, I did want to get, if I can find it quickly, I did want to kind of get an update on what's happening with the hurricane in Hawaii. Here we go. Let me pull this up here. We've got a live updates page, and I know people are out of power already. This is Hurricane Lala. Now, the good thing is apparently the hurricane has not made landfall at all. It missed the island, but you got a shitload of rain, you got a heavy winds, and about 200,000 customers were without power from this storm. It was downgraded from a Category 1 hurricane early Sunday. So what's the next level down? Like tropical storm? Let's see here. It said that storm surges could rise up to 2 feet on Oahu and Kauai, possibly accompanied by large dangerous waves. Again, that seems to be ruled out. The National Hurricane Center said at 8 a.m. local time that rainfall totals could reach up to 35 inches in some areas of the Big Island. And Josh Green, the governor, is urging people to shelter in place. Maui, Oahu, and Kauai remain under tropical storm warnings today, Sunday, the National Hurricane Center said. The tropical storm warning for the Big Island of Hawaii was discontinued at 8 a.m. Flash flood warnings still in effect for Oahu. Flood advisories. There's There was one guy got killed when he crossed the center of the road in his car and he hit another car driven by a 21-year-old woman. The 45-year-old man died. The 21-year-old's in critical condition. They don't know if weather's played a role, but that's the only death they have right now. And on the Big Island, the two busiest airports there, both shut down on Saturday. Both airports are expected to reopen on Sunday. Okay. Anything else? 43 minutes ago. Conditions soggy in the morning on the north shore of Oahu. Heavy rains continuing at intervals. Fallen trees blocking major entry points. And it seems like a lot of people are just hunkering down and staying at home. A lot of the worst storm damage sounds like it's in the rural areas along the southern edge of Kauai, the largest district on the Big Island of Hawaii. I don't know if I said that or pronounced that right or not. The Hawaiian language with all the apostrophes and shit like that, I can't deal with it. So it sounds like it's kind of it was a little bit of a bust, but we'll watch it and see where it goes. All right, let's go. What else I got for you guys? I wonder if I shut this light off completely because it is kind of distracting. Let me see what this looks like really quick. Hang on, you guys. Let me know let's see if it's better. So I have this without the light, which isn't horrible because I had that backlight in the back, but I wanted to keep like the fucking shadow. See, I'm all in the shadows now. So I think I have to like keep it on. I guess it's got this little like tiny light bulb thing. Let me turn it all the way down here. And that's like really down low. So what do you think? That all right? Do I look handsome? All right, we're going for it. Let's go to the Taliban and talk about what's going on with them. So I wanted to do this story because, you know, it's been 5 years that the Taliban took over and they're celebrating it. The group celebrated 5 years in power in Afghanistan on Saturday. And they did all the, you know, usual shit. I'm showing the pictures right now. Guys with their AKs and their suspicious flags. All their Mercedes Benzes. Young Afghans chanted independence songs below posters, hailing how the carpet of democracy had been removed for Islamic rule. What is that? Yeah, it's not all quiet and peaceful for the Taliban. You guys know if you've been listening, that basically Pakistan and Afghanistan are just shy of open war at this point. They still have ISIS-K running around. They have no money, mass unemployment. They're a pariah internationally, domestically. It's been 5 years. People expect results. So we'll see what happens. They hold onto power pretty well, that's for sure. Girls and women face restrictions to a degree unseen anywhere else in the world. I'll have more on that in a moment. Religious minorities, yeah, forget about that. All your churches and everything else will be shut down. Anyone who voices criticism is repressed. So they do seem to be doing a few things. They're collecting taxes. They're building roads, dams, and canals. European countries have welcomed them in Brussels to facilitate the deportation of Afghan migrants and asylum seekers. Yeah, so they're hurting though. They have no money, and as a matter of fact, I have this whole other tab here for you guys that they want the United States to reopen our embassy and invest in the country. Yeah, fucking good luck with that one, bro. This is in an interview, I guess. Did the New York Times do this interview? Yeah, he did. This is an interview with Afghanistan's foreign minister, Amir Khan Mutaki. And he said in an interview, quote, "We consider the chapter of war to have come to an end. And from now on, we want relations based on mutual respect and a new chapter of positive engagement." End quote. Yeah, this guy's smoking. Oh, we could reopen our embassy. We could maintain a diplomatic presence and invest in Afghanistan. Is that what he says we could do? Oh, or we could just tell you to fuck off and just live in your mud hut. I know, I get it. We want to get in there and we want to get the minerals. We want to get the rare earths and all this shit like that. This is funny. They point out, you know, this is all stuff that the United States administrations, plural, could have done over the last several years. We spent billions, including the notorious USAID. We spent billions and billions of dollars trying to develop dams and power plants and roads and energy and schools. And what did the Taliban do every step of the way? Yeah, fought us on everything, stole the money, repressed people. That's going to be a hard sell to the American people. I mean, I know a lot of people didn't have connections with Afghanistan or the war over there, but still, over the past year, they're reaching out to other countries. They've signed a defense partnership with Russia. They have secured dozens of trade agreements with some other Central Asian countries like Uzbekistan. Some of the Taliban officials have met with Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shara. So I don't know. I think they appear to think that Trump would like to make a deal of some kind because, you know, Trump's the business guy and he's always talking about making deals. So they're like, well, he won't remember any of that shit. And the Trump administration is not overly concerned with human rights. So they figured, hey, like, why not run it by the orange man? The Taliban always constantly argue that they have brought order and security across Afghanistan. And that the former administration, Hamid Karzai, you guys remember him, he was hopelessly corrupt, and any efforts to engage with the United States, unfortunately, to this day, have stalled. Yeah, here we go. This is a great quote. Hassan Abbas, a U.S.-based scholar and author of a recent book on the Taliban to power, says, quote, there is no appetite in D.C. No one wants to touch this topic. Everyone wants to forget about Afghanistan, end quote. Yeah. Oh, there's the embassy. Yeah, I'm looking at a picture right now for you guys who check this out later. The old embassy was closed in 2021, of course, after the fall of the Afghan government and we, the United States, left the country. But if they were hoping to make overtures at the Trump administration, it doesn't sound like it's going very well either, because the Trump administration has actually distanced itself from the Taliban over the past year. We've moved closer to Pakistan, of course, neighboring Afghanistan, and who's also been lobbing airstrikes at them constantly. And we're fighting Iran, which is one of the Taliban's few steady partners. And we, the United States, have also designated the Taliban as a state sponsor of wrongful detention. I've never heard that one before. I've only heard state sponsor of terrorism. And we have also barred the Afghan people completely from traveling in the United States. So, probably didn't help that when Trump asked for control of Bagram Air Force Base back, the Taliban said no. U.S. Air Forces occupied Bagram for 20 years. We wanted our weapons back from Afghanistan. Yeah, right. So let me see here. So after they did this interview with the foreign minister, the New York Times asked the State Department about this, and the State Department basically poured cold water over it. They said the Taliban had failed to make Afghanistan more stable and uphold counterterrorism commitments, and instead allowed terrorist groups to use Afghanistan as a launch pad for attacks. Let's see here. Anything else? A delegation of 5 Afghan diplomats did meet more than 20 diplomats from 15 European Union countries in Brussels back in June. And that was just to discuss getting back their illegal aliens. Or as the New York Times puts it, repatriating rejected asylum seekers. Asylum seekers. Actually, in Afghanistan, they actually might be asylum seekers. No European country recognizes the Taliban administration as Afghanistan's legitimate authority. And Afghanistan is further excluded from international bodies like the United Nations and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. The leader of the Taliban, Sheikh Haibatullah Akhundzada, he faces an arrest warrant from the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity. And the United States has frozen those billions of dollars in assets from the Afghan Central Bank. Well, let's see. Yeah, good luck, guys. I did want to get the deal. I did want to get into the women and the girls. And this makes no fucking sense, you guys, because I've talked before. They even had a few of the Taliban guys admit this. They're like, well, listen, if women and girls can't go to school, then who are going to be the doctors for our wives and children who are girls? Fucking hello. I never heard the topic come up again. Maybe they disappeared that guy. I don't know. Let's see here. More than 160 decrees have been issued targeting women and girls, barring them from secondary schools and higher education, restricting their employment, their movements, their dress, their speech. Basically, they have it worse. They have it worse off than in any other country in the world. Let's see here. There's a lot of social pressure as well. Not just what the Taliban has spelled out, but other women say, no, you should confirm this is our culture. Let's see. More than half of men surveyed. Who did this survey? The United Nations conducted a new report and survey. The United Nations Agency for Women, right? And they surveyed about 5,000 Afghans in rural and urban communities this last spring and last year, and asked women and men about life under the Taliban. Both genders could answer. More than half the men surveyed, which about 55%, said their lives were worse than they had expected they would be before August of 2021. That compares about 65% of women who reported a similar sentiment. But men said that they have a lot of frustrations with the lack of economic opportunities. Many women blamed reduced access to education for themselves or their children and rules restricting their jobs and lives. A vast majority of the women surveyed, 90%, said they must have a male family member's permission to leave the house. And more than half of the women said they went out only once or twice a month. Wow. Let's see. What about the schooling? Any updates on the schooling? Yeah, here we go. Afghanistan is the only country in the world to formally prohibit access to education for girls and women beyond the primary level. And, the more you exclude them, the more normal it becomes. And then it just becomes normal and entrenched. You can't even change it. Yeah, and I don't know what they're going to do. So what do they do right now? Like, what do they do if the fucking foreign minister's wife gets sick? Where do they take her? You can't have a man look at her, especially if it's down in her lady bits, right? So if you can't have a man look at her and you don't have any women doctors, then what do you do? Does she just die? I'm honestly curious about this. I still remember doing that story after the fall of Afghanistan years ago. And there were several guys who were pointing this out. And it seemed like the Taliban was going to relax on that a little bit. They were going to say like, okay, yeah, we do need women doctors. We need women, attorneys. You need women professionals. If you, the man, don't want to put your hands on the icky, filthy woman that's not your wife, then who's going to work for them? That makes no sense. But they're not exactly known for thinking long term, I guess. Okay, I want to go to this story. Let's switch it up. Let's talk about this secret Trump decoy evacuation. I know this has been out a little while, but I'm fascinated with this. And I wanted to get into it. So Trump was in Turkey for the NATO summit last month. And top administration officials engaged in a deception to smuggle him out, for lack of a better word, of Turkey during the NATO summit. And they decided to transport him in a catering container to a military jet because of a threat against him and Air Force One from Iran, right? So Trump and other officials publicly said, hey, I'm going to leave Turkey on July 8th aboard one of the older versions of Air Force One, not the brand new one, the 747-8 donated by Qatar that he had flown in on. And Trump had told reporters at the time, well, I'm going to change planes for old time's sake. So he gets on the older, presumably the black, the baby blue baby blue and white Air Force One. I'm bringing up a picture of it right now on the stream. So that's the older one. And he said he was going to ride that one back for old time's sakes, right? So he gets on that plane, the baby blue, from the left side door in view of cameras, right? And you know how he does. He stops at the top and waves and all that bullshit. And instead, though, of actually sitting down and flying out aboard the older powder blue 747, he was taken off the plane using a catering container that had been lifted to the opposite side of the plane from where the journalist traveling with him boarded. So they take the container and then they put that on a third plane, which he flew on that plane in secret to Britain. Okay, you guys tracking that? So he gets on Air Force One, baby blue, and they sneak him into a shipping container for catering, and then they put that on a different plane. Reporters on the older plane were not told that Trump had not flown them from Turkey to an airbase in Britain. So now, do you see the journalists are all butthurt and outraged? They're like, you used us as a ruse. How dare you? It's like, okay. First of all, you should know Trump cares about nobody but himself. Like, duh. And also, he's the president of the United States and you're not, and you really don't count that much. I hate to break it to you. I know you guys think you're super, super important. Jake Tapper especially. Oh, my God. Jake Tapper on CNN was apoplectic. It's like, you used this as bait. It's like, Jake, fucking calm your tits, dude. You're not that. Nobody really cares about you, buddy. Nobody knows who you are. And that's not changing anytime soon. So this is all because they said there was some kind of threat from Iran. I mean, it does. If you're a crazy country, there's nothing stopping you from taking a plane out on, especially if it's still at the airport, like taking off. Just use a couple fucking, couple shoulder-fired missiles. You could take that thing down in a second. And if you don't mind being a pariah of the world, you could do that pretty easily. And Trump has not only had a few assassination attempts against him already, he's now balls deep in Iran, and they have made threats against his life all the time. So officials have not previously acknowledged that Trump was not where he claimed to be. The plane that carried him from Britain to Britain from Turkey was a C-32 Alpha. That's basically a 757, but it's the military variant of it. And it's rare for presidents to travel without the reporters who are in the press pool with them, if they don't know where he is. So this is very, very unusual. Even in the hours after the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks in New York City, President George W. Bush had some reporters with him on the planes. Only a handful, but still. A former Secret Service agent who worked in details for George W. Bush and President Barack Obama said the Secret Service has used decoy motorcades before, and they've used decoy flights in the past to move presidents secretly. So what's the big deal? There's all the crying about it. Oh, here it is. Well, this is it. The threat led the White House to purposely mislead reporters assigned to cover Trump, leaving journalists to report that he was traveling on board a plane that was being used as a decoy, and he wasn't actually there. And the threat from Iran was not specific to the Qatari-donated jet. And if you guys didn't see that one, here's a picture of the Qatari the new one with the nice. I do like the paint job on the new one. I thought I didn't think it would be as good as the baby blue, but honestly, I do think it's better. That's just my personal taste. So yeah, it's not against that plane in specific. It's whatever plane he's on, which of course makes sense. So the older Air Force One, the one they thought Trump was on, landed at 10:16 p.m. at Mildenhall Air Force Base in England, right? And Trump stepped off it about 40 minutes after it landed, that Air Force One. But before he stepped off of it, unbeknownst to the reporters, Trump was by vehicle from the third plane that he had arrived on to the older Air Force One, boarded it through a different entrance, and then came down the steps from the upper left door as he would typically do. When asked by reporters during the flight back to the United States about why they had flown on the old Air Force One to England, Trump claimed he had wanted the troops stationed at the UK base to see the new plane. Yeah, I'm sure they were just chomping at the bit to do a formation on the flight deck so they could see the new plane. Okay. Well, that was a good ruse. I have a, and also Trump said, like, Trump says this is a Secret Service's idea. Like, they did all this. And he actually told reporters, quote, "It's only up to Secret Service. I just follow what they like to do. So I go by Secret Service and our military, brave military, filled with men, strong men, brave men, beautiful men." I kind of altered that quote a little bit. Okay, so I didn't think this was that big of a deal, but boy, the journalists were really howling about this one. I've got another tab here that talks about people doing this in the past. Yeah, let's see. Here's one here. Bill Clinton. He covertly traveled to Pakistan in the year 2000. Yeah, he wanted to solve the Kashmir problem, which is still going on to this day. I've talked about it many, many times. So that was a huge bust. But he didn't travel. So as Clinton was leaving, he traveled to India and Pakistan, right? So as he's leaving India, he walked up to the door of a military aircraft and he shook hands with all his counterparts, his foreign counterpart, like he was going to board the plane. Instead, he slipped around the front of the plane to board an unmarked white jet that was parked nearby. So in total, 3 planes made the trip to Islamabad. The unmarked plane with Clinton aboard, the original military aircraft, and a third decoy plane similar to Clinton's but painted in the powder blue of Air Force One. Then another time was the W, George W., when he surprised troops in Iraq in 2003. So this is November 27, 2003, about 8 months after the start of the Iraq War. And W flew to Baghdad on Air Force One. So this was such a secret flight, even the president's wife and parents were not told of it in advance. So the president had been spending Thanksgiving at the ranch outside Texas, right? And he claimed he would be there all weekend. Instead, he leaves the ranch in an unmarked car, flies to Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington, and from there to Baghdad International Airport, and he was only in the country for 2.5 hours. Oh, and then Barack Hussein Obama secretly visited Afghanistan in 2010. Let's see. Journalists have been told beforehand he was spending the weekend at Camp David. But yeah, they gave limited notice to the camp. That he didn't really use physical planes. That figured he's not cool enough to do any of that, but it's funny. Let's see here. I got one thing on Putin here. Let me see. I want to go to something else. Let's keep going. Oh, okay. A lot of you guys sent me this because I talked about this last week. Yeah. Let's talk about this goofy, I'm sorry to speak ill of the dead, maybe I shouldn't, Jason Arday, the Cambridge professor that I talked about extensively last week, who basically lied, made up his whole life, and that led him to be hired as a professor at Cambridge, okay? And this guy was a psychopathic serial fabricator. Like, literally everything he said was a lie. So the update is he's been found dead. Presumably it was suicide. And this was his family said on Friday he just has died. And they didn't say it was suicide. They very heavily implied it. His family wrote in a statement that, quote, Jason was subjected to a campaign of sustained abuse, end quote. Okay, and already I'm seeing, so this news came out, a bunch of you guys sent it to me. And then I start seeing all of the grifter ethnic activists and the usual civil rights shysters, especially here in the United States. All of them were like, this was white supremacy killed this man. And basically the implication is he should have been left alone to do his fake work with his fake persona, with his fake qualifications and his fake writings. That was the implication. Just leave him alone. And if you want to if you want to actually scrutinize the guy, you're not allowed to because he's black. It's crazy. I was like, and the list of lies. So what happened originally was he was being investigated for like plagiarism for some scholarly papers. And that alone, that's an extremely serious charge for an academic. That's like a career ender for an academic. So, but they didn't stop there, and they started like picking his life apart, and this is what they didn't like. But it turned out he lied about his entire life. Remember, I said a lot of this last week, but he lied about being on a famous long-running British TV show called The Sevens or something like that. He lied about being like an ultra marathoner and running like 600 miles in like fucking, I don't know, a matter of time. He just didn't do any of it. And now you want me to feel sorry for him because this guy who lied his whole life on purpose, he knew he was doing it wrong, but he lied his whole life on purpose to get an unearned position. And then when all the lies started crashing down, he kills himself. And I'm supposed to fucking what? Cry over this guy? Feel bad? I don't feel bad. I feel bad for if he has got kids or family. I feel bad, but he made his bed, dude. Why do I have to feel bad for people who purposely fuck up their own lives and know what they're doing, especially when it involves lying and deceit, and I have to fucking sit there and feel bad for you? Why? And here's the deal, you guys, and you guys know as well as I do. If you haven't seen this picture, I have it on the live stream right now. Jason Arday, right? Arday. It's of African descent. He's not African American because he's British, but he's a black man, and he was the child of Ghanaian immigrants. Am I saying that right? Ghanaian, sure, from people from Ghana. So early on, he was 41 years old, by the way. Early on, he was identified as having learning difficulties. He wrote in his memoir that he could not speak until age 11 and could not read until age 18. And then he got a PhD. He became Cambridge's youngest black professor in 2023 when the university hired him for a very prestigious post. I mean, like I said last week, to be hired at Cambridge for fucking anything, you'd be hired at Cambridge to be the janitor cleaning the shitters. That's an honor. Like this is one of the world's oldest universities, if not the oldest. Tremendous honor. So basically, he was sitting pretty. And then a blog post accused him of plagiarism in his dissertation, the paper he writes to become a PhD, and lying about his personal story. And then his memoir got picked apart by a bunch of journalists. They found all kinds of lies in there, so he resigned from Cambridge last week. And now it's like, I'm supposed to feel bad. The elite university initially defended of course they did. Can we just fucking put out the elephant in the room? I'll go ahead and do it. The white liberals at Cambridge were completely jizzing themselves to bring this guy on. They're like, he couldn't read before age 18. He's so powerful, you guys. And he ran multiple ultra marathons. Oh, it's so powerful. He was on a TV show. Oh, my gosh. And now look at him. He's a young man. He's just so gifted, so powerful. And he's also black. And oh, my God. That's what they did. These they overlooked all this shit because they were blown away. They had stars in their eyes. That's all. Like they do the same shit over here. Their desire to check off an ethnic box overrode any normal background checks. It's plain as fucking day. So what, I'm supposed to be upset? I'm supposed to feel sorry for him? If you're going to be pissed at anybody, why don't you be pissed at all these white liberals who enabled this guy in his entire career? Unbelievable. That's what got to me. Like, I feel, whatever. You know what? I'm sure it sucks, bro, when all the lies that you've built up over a lifetime come crashing. I'm sure that does suck. You know what you should have done? You shouldn't have done any of that. Or better yet, instead of killing yourself, why don't you come out publicly and take your lumps like a man and be like, yeah, I did. I lied about everything. I'm sorry. I'm going away now. That's what you do. But no, he sure didn't. I have another tab on this from the Daily Mail. Let's see here. So yeah, it started with his academic work and spiraled from there. Because once the media finds you lying about one thing, they're going to look. They're going to look everywhere else. He was diagnosed with autism and global development delay. See here. Do they have a list? I wish the Daily Mail had put out a list of all the other shit he lied about, because I really don't have any of it in front of me. Yeah, and the white libs are fucking hand-wringing themselves too. Check out the headline of this New York Times article. Professor's death leaves behind hard questions for Cambridge on race and hiring. Yeah, like, why? Did you do the slightest background check on him at all? Did you apply the slightest scrutiny on this guy at all? No, you didn't. Because he was a black guy and you wanted the black guy. That's what. That's all. Yeah, even first paragraph of the story, you guys. Listen to this first. This is the first paragraph and first sentence of the story. Okay, I'm gonna read it verbatim. Quote: when Cambridge University interviewed Jason Arday for one of the most prestigious sociology positions in the world, he was an early career scholar and underqualified by the school's own standards. End quote. See? If it was a white guy or a white woman, they wouldn't have even looked at it. They would have laughed him out of there. You wouldn't even be able to apply. You were not qualified. But this guy with the dreadlocks and the braids, and he's black, and he's a child of immigrants, and he had a learning disability. The white liberals were just fucking coming everywhere. So they hired him anyway. And they hired him in 2023, so he was at 37 at the time. And here's more. He was the university's youngest black professor at a time when the school was under pressure to diversify. There you go. They needed a black guy. Unfortunately, other people, that might fly with the white liberals in academia, who are the worst people on the planet, by the way. That's not going to fly with other people. People who ask normal questions, and when you start bullshitting and going, they're going to press you on it. Like the stolen valor shit. Like if I meet a guy who says you're a ranger, and I'm like, what battalion were you in? And he's like, I was in the 561st support, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, that's wrong. And I'm going to start digging at you. Let's see. Yeah. Here's a little bit more about his story. Diagnosed early with autism. He spent his entire childhood in a special needs school. He did not speak until age 11 or read until 18, yet managed to earn his doctorate and began giving keynote speeches on the academic circuit. Again, they loved him. Also, here it is. Also, he had run 30 marathons in 35 days for charity. That is a feat that would have placed him amongst the world's elite athletes. Really? And they bought all this. Oh, here we go. More. I love that. Guys, I know the white liberal better than they know themselves, because I can predict all this. I don't read these articles. I guarantee you I knew all of this was happening. Listen to this from the New York Times. A review of internal Cambridge documents and interviews with former colleagues and associates show that, in addition to passing over more experienced candidates for the job, administrators gushed publicly about Dr. Arday's scholarship and privately disregarded complaints about his work. They declined to investigate plagiarism concerns and accused his critics of a, quote, vile campaign, end quote, to discredit him. Wow. Let's go to the truth. Dr. Arday's claims about not speaking were false, a former classmate and a speech professional who worked with him told the New York Times. His supposedly remarkable trajectory from nonverbal preteen to PhD had no precedent in medical literature. Duh. And now they're mad at us for pointing out, like, yeah, you wanted diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is what you got. And they even, like, they called the cops on some guy, some journalist, like, called him up to ask him a few questions because he found it was all hard to believe, and he got the cops called on him. Yeah, dude, it was all nonsense. I mean, you know what? I don't wish for anybody's death. I think he should have just come clean like a man, but he couldn't do that either. Probably because he's been filleted by these white liberal academics his whole life, and he doesn't know what it means to be a man. He doesn't know what it means. Like, you have to sit up there and take responsibility. And fucking, if somebody's got to scream and yell at you, you got to sit there and fucking take it. I know I've taken it before. I know a lot of you guys have, you know. That's what you do. You know what? You take it and you swallow your pride and you take it and you fucking take a lesson learned and you move on with your life. That's part of being a man. This guy didn't want to do it. Dr. Arde's published papers in his thesis had dozens of grammatical errors, along with identical quotes attributed to different people. Yeah. It goes on and on and on. I could see it coming a mile away. I'm sure there's hundreds of people like this in the United States system alone. Let's go. What do I want to do? Thank you for all of you guys who made sure I had that story. Let's go to some art stuff. There's a lot of art news this weekend. I'm not sure. I think they're all separate. I skimmed them to make sure they weren't. But you guys know I like a good heist, and I'm fascinated especially with the art heist because, like I've said in the past, it's not like you can sell it. And I know some of you guys have messaged me before saying like, well, no, they can. It's like collateral for stuff. But I'm like, yeah, but if you have collateral that you can't sell, what good does that do you? And that doesn't make sense to me either. In other words, let me back up really quick in case you're confused about what I'm talking about. So say you have somebody steal a very famous painting or sculpture for you, right? You're a collector. You're not doing it for the money. You can never show anybody else and you can't sell it. So what do? I guess these guys just put it in a secret room and they go and look at it. What else do you do with it? Anyway, let's get to the story. First of all, 5 people have been arrested in connection to stolen artworks by Cezanne, Renoir, and Matisse. The art is collectively valued at more than $10 million US. And the cops said it was the Italian military cops said it had been found 5 months after being taken in a nighttime heist near Parma. And it took thieves less than 3 minutes to get all this shit. And they've arrested 5 people. Let's see here. Following up on clues left at the scene of the crime and wiretaps, the authorities tracked down a group of professional thieves. They're all from Moldova. Friday morning, the cops found 3 artworks in the storage room of a home in Parma, hidden inside an empty television cardboard box. The artworks were the following. One, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this guy's name correctly. Let me zoom in. You guys can correct me. Is it Paul Cezanne? CE with the hashtag over it. I'm sorry, the emphasis mark. ZANNE. He had a pencil and watercolor work valued at roughly $7 million called Still Life with Cherries. And then they had Pierre-Auguste Renoir's Les Poissons, an oil painting valued at roughly $3.5 million US. And then Henri Matisse, he had an etching valued at roughly $23,000. So not much for the Matisse. That one was called Odalisque sur la terrasse. So they had some of it on video. They showed 2 masked figures slipping in the museum in the early hours of March 23rd after breaking the glass panel of the front door. Flashlights fixed their heads, and they went down the museum, entering the room where the 3 works were hung, and easily lifted them from a wall. It sounds like it went right for the 3 works too. And then the video cuts back to the front hall where one intruder passed 2 artworks through the front door to a waiting accomplice before the second approached the door carrying the 3rd work. They said they were very organized, working quickly, and deactivated the alarms with electronic devices. The suspects had been based in Parma, and some had lived there for many years. Let's see. A spokesman who they have a whole art theft squad in Italy. This happens often enough, I guess. The art theft squad overseer was Lieutenant Colonel Giuseppe Massaglia. He said the group was not specialized in art thefts, and they said they thought it would be easy, according to the spokesman. They make it sound like they didn't do this for anybody. Like they were going to try to sell these on the open market. The police spokesman said they didn't know how to sell works on the art market. The spokesman said immediately after the theft, the paintings had been listed on various sites that track stolen artworks, including Interpol, the international police. And like they point out, they say at the very end, quote, that made them effectively unsaleable, end quote. Well, yeah, again, no shit. So why would you sell? Are these guys just dumb guys? So if they're not stealing it for somebody in the beginning, like why not, I don't know, steal gold? I don't know. Steal something worth something. Okay, so that was one in art stuff. And I mentioned it must happen in Italy often enough to where they need a squad. Well, 4 paintings by another Renaissance painter were stolen from a museum in Messina, Sicily, on yesterday. And these were paintings by a Renaissance artist, Antonello de Messina. So, taking advantage of an annual religious celebration and brings tens of thousands to Messina's streets, thieves made off with 3 of 5 panels that constitute the polyptych of San Gregorio, as well as a small double-sided devotional painting. These are the only works by Antonello de Messina that remain in his native city. This celebration they have is some kind of religious thing. It takes place every August 15th, and there was 100,000 people there. So the cops are busy. So this San Gregorio altarpiece, the polyptych, Polyptych. I've never seen that word in my life. They were commissioned in the 15th century for the Church of San Gregorio. That church was destroyed in an earthquake in 1908. So that whole piece originally consisted of 6 panels. Only 5 remain and were housed at the Acancina Regional Museum. So the thieves initially took all 5 remaining panels, but left 2 behind near a fence outside the museum. Dummies. Perhaps in their haste to escape. So some passersby noticed some weird shit going on and called the cops like right away. They smashed a sealed case to get to the other work they stole. That double-sided one, that is a double-sided panel that depicts the Madonna and Child with a Franciscan friar on one side and Christ on the other. I'm zooming in on the live stream so you guys can get a look at that. Let's see, any arrests here? No. Another police spokesman said interest in Antonello, this artist, spiked this year after the Italian government bought a painting by him for $15 million US. An official with that aforementioned Italy's art theft squad said investigations had begun, but he did not provide any further details. There are only 40 works definitively attributed to Antonello. Okay. Anything I would have seen or heard of? No. There was security at the museum. There was alarm and security systems were operational. They claimed guards were present as well. Well, where were they? Scrolling on TikTok. Okay. And then one more heist news. The police in Brazil recovered 8 stolen works by Henri Matisse. Just talked about him. And this was months after armed men made off with them from a library in Sao Paulo. The police tracked the pieces, which belonged to the French master's 1947 series called Jazz, to an apartment in the suburb of Sao Bernardo do Campo. 1 person was arrested at the apartment on suspicion of receiving stolen goods. These pieces were stolen back in December from the Mario de Andrade Library. That is Sao Paulo's biggest library during public viewing hours. Along with the 8 Matisses, the thieves also took 5 works by the Brazilian modernist painter Candido Portinari. Oh, and this one, yeah, they did it right. I think, I want to say I vaguely remember covering that. There's not too many heists that slip by me. So in this one, it was in the middle of the day, right? So they overpowered a security guard and 2 bystanders. And then they just yanked them off the walls, I guess, because soon after that, they were seen carrying the pieces around the street. At one point in the video, a man places a stack of frames next to a pile of garbage on a sidewalk, then returns to pick it up. They did notify Interpol. They thought the pieces might be smuggled out of the country. Matisse's works are coveted by galleries, museums, and collectors, and by art thieves. All right. Again, I want to see... I'd love to see a story about what the fuck these guys do when they steal a piece of art. Like, where does it go? Like, who do they give it to? What does that guy do with it? It's like, I can stare at it in some secret room in his mansion. I don't know. I want to know. All right, there's your heist updates. There goes red. Okay. Let's go. What else I have here? Let me see. This is all very serious stuff. I want to do something more fun with that. Well, let's talk about this fuck here in San Diego. Did you see this fucking stupid kid? They call him a man. He's only 18 years old. Who pleaded guilty to repeatedly kicking the sea lion in California? Unbelievable. I'm going to play the video in a moment. I have it. This is July 22nd. Of course, the idiot's supposed to do it on social media. This guy's name is Tyler Mule. He pleaded guilty on Thursday in federal court to violating the Marine Mammal Protection Act, which prohibits harassing or hunting oceanic animals. He faces a year in prison and a $100,000 fine when he is sentenced on October 26th. I hope he gets the max. Unbelievable. Okay, well, let me just cut to the chase and play this video. Hope this works. And here it is. Let's go here. Play it up here. Is this going to work? Okay. Well, you see the video, the guy in the stream. You see him like kicking and stuff at this. Like, what kind of shithead is this guy? This is unbelievable. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second here. Like, the biggest thing that's stressing me out about the live stream, I'm not going to lie, is the fact that I connect this stuff constantly and then it just stops working. So if I go to my control, Bluetooth is on. It's connected to this Rodecaster Pro. And like, I have everything set up. I come back and then the shit just stops working. And I don't know why. Let me see if it's over here on the... Let's see. Rodecaster. Check. Yeah, like it drives me crazy. I'll have it all set up, everything will be working, and then it just doesn't work. Let me see. I know there's another way. So right now, just so if you're curious, I have my videos synced via Bluetooth to my Rodecaster where I have everything plugged in and they don't want to work and I just don't know why. Let me see if I refresh this really quick. Unbelievable. Fuck. Well, that's going to screw up my live stream because it was working just beautifully. I wonder if it'll work on my other one let me reverse this. I'm going to switch out my face here. See if that works. So this should all be working, right? The camera looks great. Do you guys like my tan, by the way? I was riding around outside all day yesterday and I got like ridiculously tan. Stupid. Okay, that's working. That's working. Man. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. I'll have to unfuck it for the next week. Let me see here. Turn that on. Just trying something really quick. Okay, that works. Let's go back. Listen. I know this is a little bit boring, but just bear with me, guys, really quick, because I'm just really curious about why this would not be working, and it should be. Oh, very annoying. All right, well, we'll have to get back to that and keep going with the live stream. This is These are the growing pains that I'm talking about. Okay, let's go right into this. Let me switch back to my other view here. Let's talk about this aircraft carrier, the Abraham Lincoln. What is going on here? Because I'm hearing all kinds of stories about like people like throwing themselves off the bridge and stuff like that. This the USS Abraham Lincoln. This is an aircraft carrier. It's been deployed for more than 8.5 months. Much of this has to do with Iran. So there are reported conditions stemming from the extended deployment, which have included shortages of basic supplies, safety and hygiene issues, and deteriorating mental health. When the reporter said that the crew members' families were concerned, Trump said, quote, "No, they're not," end quote. So he was asked about whether he was concerned that the crew's mental health and if it was deteriorating because the deployment had gone on too long. He said, no, not nearly long enough. The Navy is sending the aircraft carrier George Washington to relieve the Lincoln. So the reported conditions here, I'm just this Navy carrier. Where did this all come? I guess parents were calling congressmen about their kids on this. It's been at sea more than 8.5 months. It's got a crew of about 5,000 sailors. The Democratic senator from Connecticut, Senator Richard Blumenthal, he described a list of reported problems on the ship. And he said there have been widespread reports of shortages of basic supplies, water contamination, plumbing issues, deck safety concerns, and disruptions in the mail system, which have caused many care packages en route to the ship to be lost in transit for months. And some of these problems were reported earlier in the Navy Times, Stars and Stripes, and stuff like that. So the Trump administration has kept aircraft carriers at sea a lot longer than usual during this whole Venezuela and Iran thing. And so they've decided to relieve the Lincoln. Pete Kegsbreath, Secretary of Defense, said that he was pushed back on reports of poor conditions. And he said, quote, "We make sure that every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment." That should be probably provided them. Everything we can provide them at every single moment. Okay, that's right. "Some deployments are longer than others, and I have more respect and gratitude for those sailors than anybody," end quote. Okay. So the USS George H.W. Bush, that deployed in March 31st. It's already operating in the Middle East. The Navy's newest carrier, shout out to my people, I had multiple listeners on this. The Navy's newest carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, was deployed for 326 days before it returned home in May. That broke the record for the longest carrier deployment since the Vietnam War. So, what about this one? The Lincoln, meanwhile, helped enforce the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports, which initially ran from April 13th until a ceasefire agreement was announced. And then resumed on July 15th. So during the first blockade, U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, said its forces disabled 9 non-compliant vessels through gunfire and missile attacks and had redirected 135 ships that ultimately complied with the blockade order. When the Lincoln's relief will arrive is unclear, but the George Washington recently passed through the Strait of Malacca, which is a major transit route through the Pacific Ocean and Indonesian waters, headed west. What date was this article? Has it already been? This article's dated August 13th, so a couple days ago. Yeah, I know it's rough. I've seen a few guys I've seen and heard a few people on social media saying like, "Oh, suck it up, dude. This is the military. You're fucking whining." But I can't confirm any details. One, the mail can never be fucked up. That's just a basic rule. You could fuck up a lot of things, but if a guy's expecting like a package from home, you can't not have that. It has to be taken care of. So good luck to you guys who are out there. I just want to try something here really quick. I'm going to go to a different audio clip and just run it for the hell of it. See if I get any sound out of this. Nope. Fuck. See, if I wasn't doing the live stream, I could just hit pause really quick and just go, but I can't even do that. So I guess we'll just have to, I guess the plan. I'm just crazy curious about this. I wonder why it's not working. Oh, wait a minute. You know why? I think I know why. Hang on, guys. Ah, look at that. Are you watching the greatness right now in the live stream? See, if you guys look at this, look at what I'm looking at. Let me do this again. I had to do this. I did this when I set everything up and it was working, right? I had to go to my corner, you know, the top right drop down menu when you swipe the corner, that one. And then I have to go over to this cube right here where my mouse is, and I have to click on that. And when I go down, I have to actually click the source, and it's going the wrong. It should be through here. Let me see if that works. Hold on, maybe.
Good morning.
Oh, how about that? Okay, it did work. Okay. Why do I have to change that every time? Why didn't it just stay the way it was? Hold on, can I pull up that fuck kicking the seal now? You know what? I want you guys to. Where's my phone? I want you guys to get the seal. I'm going to pull this up really quick because I want to play this because I want you guys to hear this douchebag and his friends like laughing at it. Hang on. La Jolla seal. See if this pops up here. Yeah, here it is. Let me shove this over to the iPad. There's all these things that need to happen. You guys have no idea what goes on behind the scenes here. You think this is just easy. You think I'm just like reading off a screen. It's super easy. No, I got to do all this shit. And for the first time, now you're seeing the work that goes into it. Okay, so here's the video. And let's bring this up large here. There you go.
Oh, this one's f***ing huge, buddy. It smells like shit. Oh, f***, he's about to bite your ass. What the f***?
Yeah, boy, don't they all sound so intelligent? Don't they sound intelligent, you guys? Did you hear them? Like, laughing like bitch-ass dudes. Laughing like little girls. He's like, what, boy, do we have some future fucking put the fries in the bag guys right there? Boy, they sound like they've read many books, haven't they? They sound like they have lots of deep thoughts about nature and animals. Fucking morons. God, I'm so sick of listening to like young dudes like this. You can tell they've never read a book. They scroll mindlessly on TikTok. They have no joy or affection for beautiful things in nature. No, let's just get a video and go viral, bro. That's what they sound like to me. Fucking send them to Dagestan. I'm telling you. Do we have the treaty set up for Dagestan yet, you guys? I'm sick of it. I want all these people 2-3 years in Dagestan and forget. I don't want them coming back here. We need to radically change what we're doing in this country. Somewhere along the line, we made a terrible mistake. I don't know what it was. Maybe we just need to beat the hell out of some more kids. I don't know. But where did that come from? Imagine being that kid. Where would that possibly come from? The instinct to just to kick a seal in the face who's just sitting there minding its own business. God, that fucking pisses me off. Oh, by the way, somebody told me like if I curse too much on a YouTube stream, my account will get flagged. Not that I care, but I don't know if that's true or not. But just so you know. Okay, I'm excited that I fixed the YouTube audio glitch on the fly, though. This is what I have to fucking put up with. All right, let's go. I did want to talk also about this upcoming El Nino because, you know, you guys know I'm a big skier, ocean guy, and I want to know what's going on. So it is, I guess, officially started. We have an early onset El Nino, and the first signs of it have already started in the Pacific Ocean. And the first signs, some of them came to Kiribati. It's an island nation in the central Pacific Ocean. It's about 1,000 miles south of Hawaii, right? And they already have researchers there. This sounds like a cool job. An associate professor in the Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Science Department in Florida State University is there now deploying sensors to monitor ocean heat and salinity and to track the bleaching of the area's coral reefs. So it's very, very cool. The El Nino that's underway already is expected to be one of the strongest ever recorded. Now you're asking yourself, what the hell is an El Nino? Well, it's a naturally occurring surge of heat in the Pacific Ocean. And it usually reaches maximum intensity between December and February. This happens every 2 to 7 years, and it typically raises global weather temperatures and messes up weather temperatures around the world, weather patterns and temperatures. So you guys have seen, we've already had like a lot of drought. We've had a lot of really high heat waves and dry spells over here. We don't know if this is just one of those cycles where it's just going to be a really bad El Nino, or if this has something to do with climate change. The El Ninos of the past few decades have been very strong. But what we do know that the El Nino surge of heat, whether or not you believe in climate change or anything like that, is arriving at a moment when global temperatures are already at record highs. Now, the past 11 years have been the hottest since record keeping began. Last year was either the second or third hottest on record, with global average temperatures 1.43 degrees Celsius higher than pre-industrial levels. Yeah, the problem with all of these for the 50th time is we have, 150 years tops of reliable temperature data, and some of that is primitive too. You know, that's just like some guy walking out into a field and reading what the old mercury, thermometer said. It's pretty primitive. We've only had like reliable temperature data since we've had satellites. And what's that been? 50, 60 years? So I'm just pointing that out. Earth is a couple billion years old last I checked. So we'll see, though. We could see massive snowfall this year in California. That'd be great. They are having heavy rains in the areas where El Nino has already made landfall. And I'm excited about it. We'll see what happens. And that is one thing. For example, here's one weather event that came up. They had record-breaking rainfall. It killed a bunch of people in Japan, of all places. At least 8 people died in Japan after rainfall set off flooding across a region east of Tokyo. They got about 13.7 inches of rain in just 12 hours. Dang. That was about 3 times the average total for the entire month of August. Let's see here. Japan's public broadcaster NHK, citing the local police, said that in addition to the 8 deaths, many thousands had been left stranded as they tried to, get out of town. Members of Japan's military, the self-defense forces, were dispatched early on Friday morning to provide transportation for about 4,000 people stranded around a subway station overnight. And according to the Tokyo Electric Power Company, almost 20,000 homes in this town of Chiba were without power as of Friday afternoon. All right. Very good. Let's go. What else do I want to do here? Oh, I will give you another update. I talked about this guy last week, and like right after the podcast, we had an update on him. But this is that former Marine that was a prisoner in the Russian prison. He's been freed. And did you see the picture of him on the plane? God, what did they do to this poor guy? He looked horrible. But he's been freed after 4 years in a Russian prison. Former Marine, this is former Marine Robert Gilman. He arrived in the United States late on Tuesday. Trump announced the release of Gilman on social media earlier on Tuesday, saying that his release was secured after discussions with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. And Trump is claiming, Trump is claiming that the Russian government released Gilman on a humanitarian basis and, quote, asked for no one in return, end quote. That's according to Trump. He wrote that on Truth Social. I'll buy that one. So Gilman gets to the United States. He was from Massachusetts. He had been imprisoned in Voronezh, Russia, since early in 2022 when a court convicted him of assaulting that police officer, and they gave him 10 years in the gulag. And his health had significantly deteriorated towards that since then. He was in a dire state already. The prison even transferred him to a Russian civilian hospital. It was so bad. And that's what led the State Department to call for his release on humanitarian grounds. For many weeks, according to one of the NGOs who got this ball rolling, Gilman had been in a, quote, dissociative stupor, end quote. That is when a patient is unresponsive without an apparent physical cause. What is that, just a shock? He will be taken to a military hospital. He's going to do a lot of medical and psychological examinations. His sister spoke out, Lexi Hudson. She accused Russia of hurting him for, quote, no reason other than that he was both an American and a Marine, end quote. So Gilman's of Russian descent. His parents moved from Russia to Massachusetts, according to his father, Vladimir Gilman. Robert Gilman was actually born in Poland, and raised in Massachusetts. Then he joined the Marines, and he traveled to Moldova in early 2022 to explore a teaching opportunity. He fell ill while transiting through Russia, and he decided to, just hole up there and recuperate. So he says he was on a train, he felt ill and was taken to a local police station, and his father wrote that's when he accidentally kicked a police officer. So that gave him an initial sentence of 4.5 years in the penal colony, like the literal gulag. And his father, who's from Russia, said an event like that would normally result in a fine or some kind of like suspended sentence, but because he was an American, because he was a Marine, they singled him out and they put him in the gulag. And then last year, the sentence was extended to a decade in prison after the authorities said Gilman has assaulted prison staff and an investigator, which they probably trumped that up as well. Dang. Okay, and they are also, the State Department is now talking about, we got him back. They also want back Stephen Hubbard. Who's Stephen Hubbard? He is a retired American teacher. He was taken from his home in eastern Ukraine by Russian soldiers shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine in February of 2022. I remember this guy. He was found in a Russian prison last year. Hubbard is in his 70s. He was accused by Russia of working at military checkpoints and fighting for Ukraine. And he was convicted of being a mercenary and sentenced to almost 7 years in a penal colony. And there, I guess, are apparently 5 additional Americans being held in Russia at this time. Okay. Well, good to have him back. That sucks. This is why I'm not going to Russia anytime soon. Let's go to, let's do something fun here. Oh, let's talk about Paul Pelosi. You guys all remember Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's husband. He had that little kerfuffle with the guy who came over to the hammer, and he and Paul were going to have a few drinks and put on some music. I'm kidding. So the crazy guy broke into Pelosi's place, and he had a hammer, and he was going to hurt Paul Pelosi. So, but Paul Pelosi, as you know, he likes the booze. Yeah, Nancy likes the booze too, but Paul really likes it. And more concerningly, Paul appears to like the booze and then go driving around. So Paul Pelosi is 86 years old. And he is going through right now a hit and run case because he ran into a parked Tesla in wine country, Yountville, California. His attorney pleaded not guilty on his behalf during the brief hearing in Napa County. He is being charged with 1 count of misdemeanor hit and run over the incident. And then he drove away. And then his car, because he must have really hit this Tesla, because he hit the Tesla, he tried to just drive off. and his car conked out like half mile away from the scene of the crash. So he's now facing one charge of misdemeanor hit and run. And he's had his license referred to the Department of Motor Vehicles for evaluation due to his advanced age. Oh, there is a body camera. Great. It's not going to be released, though, until after the case. But yeah, this is not the first time he's done this, dude. He was in Napa also in 2022, and he smashed his 2021 Porsche into another car while making his way home from lunch. He went to jail for that one. But yeah, he's done this a couple times throughout the years. He ran a red light in 2013. He got a ticket in June 2011 for going over the speed limit and doing 90 miles an hour in a 60 mile an hour zone. That could be felony. They gave him a break. And then he got 2 more tickets that same year, all in Napa County. So what this guy likes to do is fucking go around wine country and sip on Chardonnay and then get behind the wheel and drive, even though he's worth many, many hundreds of millions of dollars. Here's his 2022 mugshot for DUI. Let's. Oh wait, I have a video here. What's this one? Let's play this.
So you could try both feet out if you want.
This is his DUI tape. Let's watch this from him.
I'll let you start. You can try the test with both feet. I'll give you like a pre-trial run, for lack of a better term. You could try it with both feet, see which one you feel more comfortable with, and then once you're ready, just let me know.
Look at his face. Huh?
Are you sure you could complete the test? Okay. Because I really don't want you to fall over and hurt yourself. That's the last thing I want. Right, but that defeats the whole purpose of the test, grabbing onto a patrol car.
Okay. Get him out of here. He's obviously been getting huge breaks all these years. Look at this bullshit. Unbelievable. I only brought that up. I wanted to bring him up. I saw the story, so he's fighting the case. We'll have a update at the conclusion of that case. I wanted to play this clip from his lovely bride, Nancy. This is great. Nancy Pelosi is now claiming she had no idea, no idea that Joe Biden had any sort of cognitive decline while he was president. I mean, just because it was obvious to me, you, everybody else in the world, old Nancy, she just didn't see it. Let's listen to this.
I don't know, but I do think that those who did know should have acted upon that information, whatever that means.
His staff.
Whoever knew. The staff saying the family knew, the family saying the staff knew. I don't know. I didn't know.
Okay, she's full of shit. She's such a liar. I love when she does that shaking claw thing. She does like this with her fingers, like when she's talking, and it's like really abrupt. And I'm like, what is she doing there? She's so gross. She'll do anything to like stay in power. Thank God she's getting out finally, but she's senile too. All right, let's do something fun here. Let's go here. I got to come back to that one, guys. Sorry. I want to go here. Let's go to Green Bay. This is Wisconsin, right? I'm guessing. Yeah. They just said Green Bay man accused of showing his genitals to coffee shop employees. I'm always just fascinated with that. Like these guys, they're going to the coffee shop and they just like, well, hey, you want to see this? Like they just pull it out. And I'm just fascinated with like, what's going through your mind, dude? Cash bonded $15,000. Oh, and it was showing his genitals to children. 73-year-old Miles Grasso. 73. He's facing 6 charges after allegedly exposing his genitals to teenagers. Around August 4th, right in the middle of the day, 2 p.m., a deputy was sent to a coffee shop for a report of a man exposing himself inside the store. And they got there. Man identified himself as Grasso. He was detained. And while he was detained, so he's being detained by a sheriff's deputy, right? So as this guy's running his info, the sheriff's deputy gets a call from the Green Bay Police Department, a separate agency. Green Bay police say they already have a case involving a man accused of exposing himself to others, and the deputy confirmed that the suspect in the photos from Green Bay was Grasso. Multiple employees who included underage girls provided statements to authorities saying Grasso was revealing his genitals. He was interviewed by authorities, and he reportedly admitted to exposing his genitals for sexual gratification purposes. Oh, no shit. He also said he would record women reacting to his exposed genitals. He was asked how long he had been doing this, and he claimed a year or two, but he wasn't sure. Yeah, he's been doing this his whole life. He's being charged with exposing genitals to a child, which is a felony. Lewd and lascivious behavior, that's a misdemeanor. Exposing, he's got at least he's got 4 charges of exposing genitals to a child. Those are 4 felonies. And he only gets a $15,000 cash bond. It's crazy to me how low bond is for some of these fucking sickos. And yet for something stupid, it'll be like super, super high. Let's go to, see here. Oh, let me talk about this guy. This is a sad story. A champion climber has died climbing. Yeah. Jake Wisnant. He set a record by going up El Capitan in Yosemite. He did the route in under 3 hours. He's an elite rock climber. And he set that record for one of the fastest ascents of El Capitan in Yosemite in 2024. Well, he died in a climbing accident in California's Sierra Nevadas last week. He was in Sequoia National Park. He was only 30 years old. He suffered traumatic injuries in a fall while climbing August 2nd. He was found dead by rangers after a 2-day search. Yeah, this is a thing, the speed climbing. The route that he set a record on is called Lurking Fear. It's 2,000 feet, right? The route typically takes 4 days to complete, but Wisnant and his partner, Brant Heisel, reached the top in 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 32 seconds. That's crazy, dude. Can you guys hear the car alarm outside my house right now? This car's been parked outside my house for like 4 days, and it's a piece of shit Prius. And like every car that goes by, it sets off his car alarm. And I'm like, bro, nobody wants your fucking piece of shit Prius. It'll be okay. You don't have to have a car alarm, at least not one that sensitive. Yeah, this guy sounds like a climber. He wrote on social media at the time, quote, "We had both tapped into a flow state, fully committed to our plan. Most importantly, had an absolute blast on our favorite rock, bro." End quote. Yeah, that's what... I don't know. I'm just at that age now where none of this sounds appealing to me. I'm not trying to do all speed runs and shit like that. But, he was living in Mammoth. No way. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, he was living in Mammoth Lakes with his fiance, and he fell rock climbing. Be careful. I'm assuming they don't have it anywhere in the article, but I'm assuming he was free climbing, like without a rope, because, they have ropes and stuff, so... No. Let's go to some... let's talk about AOC. Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. So did you see she's put out this big... She made this big splash on social media because she said she decided to freeze her eggs. And, AOC's been around a little bit now. She first won her first election in 2018 at 28 years old. She became the youngest woman ever elected to Congress. Right? And, it's always been weird to me, her love life, because she's been with this like white guy, this goofy ginger looking dude, Riley Roberts. I'm playing a video in a minute. You'll see him in a second. And he was this like, white lib guy. And he was her boyfriend from college. And as she became successful, she's got this goof at home. In 2022, she had announced that the couple was engaged in a fundraising email. That's funny. So now they're saying her relationship with him actually ended some time ago. And she decided to live stream now her egg freezing journey. Oh, Riley. Do I have the video of this? Because she decided to put this all out on, for some reason, she decided to put this out on social media. Yeah, I don't have it here in front of me. But she basically says, like, well, don't make it weird. Well, it's just kind of weird, dude. She had never told anybody about this breakup. Yeah. Reporters for Puck and TMZ reported that AOC split with Roberts, which was confirmed to the New York Times by multiple people knowledgeable about her personal life. And, like, she was already talking about this. And I'm wondering, like, old Riley, dude, he fucking didn't have the juice. He didn't have the swimmers. Because why else would she wanted kids a long time ago? She's already 36 years old. God, can you imagine being poor Riley, dude? He's going to be sitting at home and AOC is going to be out with like every fucking lib dude in town and he's going to have to watch it. And nobody's going to want to watch him. He's kind of a goofball. This is what he looks like. Let me play this. I'm going to play this video. I think I might have played this video years ago. It looks kind of familiar. And I want to say this was sometime during the George Floyd hysteria when AOC basically filmed herself like berating this guy. Because he's white. Let me see how this one goes.
So, Riley, what has been helpful to you in combating racism?
I think it's helpful and important to talk to other white people about racism. And I think a lot of people, they don't want to be racist. They don't think that they're racist, but they also don't know some of the things that they believe or say are and can be racist. And I think one of the like effective ways is just to talk and kind of help teach them about why some of the things they believe or say or think are wrong, not necessarily racist, but that they're wrong. And that'll sort of like chip away and, you know, contribute to some development in this area, but not necessarily take somebody from like being a racist to not being a racist in one conversation.
And it's just always being open to learning about racist things that we may have said or done without judgment and defensiveness.
Okay. So there you go. Thanks, Riley. Cuck. He's gone. After doing all that, she made a hostage video with you, Riley, and then she dumped you. Oh, man. AOC. She's attractive. I mean, anybody who says she's not attractive is lying. I know. I point out that she's attractive on social media and everybody comes out for me. And I'm like, you guys would fucking be all tongue-tied. I've seen you. Come on. You're no prize pig yourself. Let's go. As long as I'm talking about politicians, I might as well talk about some of the election stuff. We had a few election stories here. Yeah, Wisconsin. And I want to apologize for last week. Again, like it's new doing the live stream. So it's a lot more work and it's hard for my brain sometimes to wrap around. And I said last week that Francesca Hong, that nutcase from Wisconsin, I thought she had won her primary. She did not. Her primary was this week, and she lost. That's right. And the polls were all wrong. There she is right there on the right. That's Francesca Hong. And the winner of the primary was David Crowley there on the left. It was very, very close. By the way, Crowley, this dude, he is a Milwaukee County executive, and he very much exceeded expectations by defeating Francesca Hong, who is a state representative of Wisconsin and just a complete nut job. I played some of her clips last week and before that where she basically hates every holiday. Everything is white supremacy. Abolish the cops, abolish the border, abolish prisons, and give all the illegal aliens amnesty. That's like their new platform right there. Completely psycho. Yeah, he narrowly beat, dude. So, and this follows, something's going on at the polling, because remember also last week in the Democratic primary Senate race in Michigan, that Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, the Muslim guy, he had a primary against Democratic Representative Haley Stevens. And the polls said he was up by like 18 points. He barely won. And much like that, the same thing happened here. Crowley was never out of it. The polls show Hong was up huge. And and the funny thing, he's a good candidate because you've never heard of him. I've never heard of him. If I've never heard of him, he's probably a good candidate. I had heard of Hong because she's such a dingbat with all of her stupid I hate Thanksgiving nonsense that of course you're going to hear from her. Let's see. And yes, now in Minnesota, true to form, the lunatics up there, boy, they put forth a real one here. Peggy Flanagan, the progressive lieutenant governor of Minnesota, she has won the Democratic nomination for Senate. She defeated Representative Angie Craig, who I guess had way more financial resources than Flanagan did. But yeah, Flanagan, let's see. I love how the liberal media leaves out all the shit she really believes in. Because what they list sounds reasonable, right? She wants universal health care, a higher federal minimum wage, and an end to unconditional U.S. aid for Israel. But she also wants to get rid of cops, get rid of prisons, legalize illegal immigrants. That's what she wants. And you don't print that. Why not? Let's see here. Then on the Republican side, Darlene Graham did win the U.S. Senate primary. That's crazy to me. This is, of course, Lindsey Graham's sister. And I guess a bunch of people decided that she should be the senator now. And she won the primary. She is going to succeed. Well, she will run as a Republican in the main election to succeed her brother, Senator Lindsey Graham, who just passed away. She's going to advance to a runoff alongside Representative Ralph Norman. He's the leader of the House Freedom Caucus. I don't understand that. So they have they have to have a runoff for the primary in South Carolina? Because I'm reading that and I'm like, well, was she were both the top two vote finishers like Republicans? But it sounds like, I don't know how the system works there. That's just a very weird thing to me. Like, why her? What is she? Just because Trump says so? The president came around to the idea that Graham should run for the seat after she was tapped to finish her brother's term and met with the president in the Oval Office. Okay, so then, let's see here. Scrolling down. Representative John Larson, a 78-year-old Democrat seeking a 15th term in office, lost his primary race in Connecticut's 1st congressional district. Yeah, these Democrats are getting rid of their old people, which I totally agree with. This Larson guy, he lost his primary to Luke Bronin, who's a 47-year-old former Navy intelligence officer. Oh, and then you had fucking Mike Lindell, the MyPillow guy who likes crack. It's true, he smoked crack for many years. He tried to get the Republican nomination for governor of Minnesota. He lost easily, so not even close. So let's go to some clips. I'm going to start with Peggy Flanagan because she's a true believer. So here she is screaming about the Laken Riley Act. You guys remember the Laken Riley? She's a young nursing student who was killed by an illegal immigrant. And it was an illegal immigrant who had been let go by multiple agencies. So the Congress passed the Laken Riley Act, which among other things, mandates that ICE will hold on to a guy who's even accused of a crime. So let's play her. She wants to get rid of it. Let's play this one.
The very first vote in the second Trump administration that he brought forward was for the Laken Riley Act. It was one of his biggest priorities.
They're booing that. They're booing that.
It stripped due process away from immigrants, allowed for the indefinite detention of adults and children, and was the green light to give ICE unprecedented power to totally terrorize our communities. And I want to be clear that there is a straight line from the Laken Riley Act vote to what we saw in the streets of our communities.
White supremacy. Throw that in
And
there.
both of our U.S. senators, Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, led the way by voting against the Laken Riley Act.
Unbelievable.
Representatives Betty McCollum, Ilhan Omar, and Kelly Morrison, they all voted no too.
What is wrong with fucking women in Minnesota? That blows my mind. A young woman brutally fucking murdered by an illegal immigrant. You can see him there in the picture on the live screen. Next, that's Laken Riley at the bottom, and that's the guy who killed her on the left. I still don't know. I still don't, never got a definitive answer if he sexually assaulted her. At the very least, he stalked and brutalized her and murdered her brutally, right? Not fast. And women, this woman right there, the one I'm looking at on the screen, she is so disgusted with that we would do something like that we would do something about a young woman getting her head bashed in with a rock, among other things, that she's screaming about it on the campaign trail. I can't share a country with this woman. I can't be in the same room with a person like that. And the people cheering. Explain it to me, someone. Because that is fucking pretty mild. The Laken Riley Act, go read about it. It's mild compared to what we could be doing. That's the mild solution. You want to get medieval with it? I'll go in that direction too. I don't care. I don't give a shit about the illegal aliens as long as one young American woman is getting her head bashed in by one. I don't care about any of them. I'll say it. These people, these women in Minnesota, you're sick. All of you you're sick people. You need to be taken out and you should be dumped in some like illegal immigrant town in California, and let's see how you like it. Unbelievable. She's a total lunatic. Here's another one from her. This is an older clip, but this is what they believe. Let's listen to this one.
And getting rid of prior authorization so that some dude behind a desk, or worse yet, an AI bot, isn't determining whether you get the life-saving health care that your doctor has prescribed.
This one goes on for a bit.
Medicare for all because we are going to make healthcare available and affordable once and for all. And now let's talk about Donald Trump's out-of-control ICE force.
Oh.
We need to rip ICE apart and stop them from terrorizing our communities.
Can I stop here again? You are not in my community. If you're an illegal immigrant living here without permission, in defiance of our laws, and you happen to be, you're not part of my community. I don't consider you one. You're part of your own community back in your home country. And also, I swear to God, I've mentioned this before, the term RIP, they must have focus grouped that, because every time you talk about like illegal immigration or benefits like welfare and stuff like that, they're like, they want to rip families apart. They want to rip your health care away. They're ripping a wife away from her husband. It's always rip. I'm telling you, I 1,000% guarantee you they focus grouped that term, and they were like, oh yeah, people respond to ripping. Let's keep going here.
And I know this. I know that we can fix our broken immigration system, secure the border, and create a real pathway to citizenship.
Hold on. So you think we can secure the border? And by that, see the trick they use? She thinks they can secure the border. In her eyes, securing the border just means like, just get rid of it, and whoever wants to come in, come in. And then it's fine. And then we're good. That's what she means. Because they're full in it. There's no securing the border without a deportation force of some kind. Otherwise, there is no secure border. Like, that's like childish logic 101 that even a small infant can understand. But liberal progressives don't understand that. Like, oh yeah, I'm for a secure border. I just don't want ICE. Okay. Then how would you secure the border? Every time. Let's finish it up.
With our values. And we are going to stop Donald Trump's $1 billion a day illegal war in Iran and the crushing gas and fertilizer prices.
I'm with her on that one.
We are going to fight the corruption, whether it's in the White House or in the halls of Congress, because the grift has to stop. And make no mistake, we are going to protect our democracy from this out-of-control president and all the yes, sir senators who are doing his bidding. And we're also going to protect our democracy from the corporate hacks and dark money groups that are trying to buy our politicians.
Okay. I'll just stop it there. It's just like the wish list. All right. Very good. I want to play this clip. I don't know who this guy is. Let's see. Oliver Larkin. So I told you, I've mentioned before, for those of you new to YouTube or new to the podcast, I've talked about the Reagan amnesty many, many times. And I've mentioned that I don't understand the boomer fucking worship of Reagan. I mean, honestly, he almost single-handedly fucking destroyed the country. Let's see, there goes that cheap country car. Hold on, let me close this door here. Here we go. So yeah, Reagan let in a bunch of illegal aliens, and that was predicated on the promise that the Congress said, "Oh yeah, just give us this amnesty, and then we will definitely have the border secured, and this will never happen again." And Reagan was like, "Well, okay." And then he promptly legalized a bunch of illegal immigrants, and they promptly did nothing about the border after all, and the problem came ever since. So let's listen to far-left Democrat Oliver Larkin. And he's asked about illegal aliens. This should be funny.
But just pure numbers. What is a number where you, Oliver, in South Florida would say, you know what? We've got too many people who aren't citizens of the United States. Right now, it's 20 million. Is that not enough? Would you do 50 million? Would you do 100 million? How many people do you think the United States should take in? And how many of them do you think we should provide free college for? What's the number? When would you, Oliver, say, you know what? That's too many?
I think that we should follow in the footsteps of Ronald Reagan's immigration policy and grant amnesty to the millions of people that are living, working, paying taxes.
Okay. So you're going to give 20 million currently in America illegally citizenship, but wouldn't that incentivize hundreds of millions of more people to come into America? I'm just asking, when is the number that you, Oliver Larkin, would say, hey, there are too many illegals coming in this country? Should we bring in all of Mexico? Should we bring in all of Venezuela? Like, what is the number where you would say, hold on, this is getting a little bit too expensive for the 50% of Americans who actually pay federal income taxes to be paying?
I don't expect we're going to see much more immigration from Mexico when Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum is raising the minimum wage and increasing home ownership.
Oh, God.
But you think Mexico is better than America?
We are here.
You think life in Mexico is so good that Mexicans are going to stop coming here?
It's delusional. Oh, well, no, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, she's changing the minimum wage. That'll stop. I mean, honestly, what point? Don't we have something like 25% of the Mexican population living in the United States right now? Something crazy like that. Here's more. I just grouped all these guys playing clips. Remember, the main goal of a very far left progressive is concealing their actual beliefs until they get into office. That's the main goal. Hence why they never really say, outside the true believers, it's very rare that one of them says openly, like, yeah, I don't believe in national borders. I think, people should, if they want to come here and work, they can come here and work, and that's it. And I would respect them a lot more if they just said that, but they never do. Let's listen to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, and he is being asked if he would vote to abolish ICE. So let's listen to this.
If Democrats win back the House, if you become Speaker, would you bring a vote to abolish ICE to the House floor?
Yes.
Well, here's what I believe unites Democrats in terms of dealing with the situation that we confront in this country. First, we need a safe, secure, and strong border.
Okay.
We also need to proceed under the principle that immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, just, and humane. And clearly, ICE is completely and totally out of control, which is why Democrats in this Congress haven't given Donald Trump's violent mass deportation machine a dime.
Let me stop here. Again, for the dopey journalist right there. A couple follow-up questions. These are free. This is free for me. Be like, oh, well, Representative, you said that you want a strong, safe, and secure border. Can you tell me exactly how you would do that? Utilizing the resource, like what resources are you utilizing? How many of those resources? How long? Go. He has no answer because it's just a fucking thing they say to appease the dopey moderate boomers. Oh yes, of course I believe in a secure border. And then I'd have a second suggestion for a follow-up. He mentioned like we need ICE, we need a compassionate, humane, and I'm like, okay, Speaker Jeffries, we have 10 million illegal aliens, say, give or take. Many of them do not want to go. We have told them repeatedly they must go home. We have incentivized them to go home using the CBB Home app, which gives them a free plane ticket home plus about $2,500 in spending money. They are not leaving. So now, describe to me how you would safely and humanely deport those people who refuse to leave. That's what I would ask. And the answer is, of course, he doesn't want to deport anybody. That's why they would never, ever. Listen to me very carefully. There is not a Democrat in Congress who would. They do not want anybody who manages to sneak in deported. They don't want any interior deportations. Some of them are okay with turning them back at the border. Most of them do not want ICE in Kansas. They don't want ICE in Colorado. They don't want ICE in these interior states. They don't think they have any business being there. They're ripping apart families in their nomenclature. And then I'll finish the little political session with this. You guys know I love a good land acknowledgement, right? So the Democratic National Committee, they had their meeting, and take one guess how it opened up. I'm sure it's a total banger. Let's listen to this one.
This weekend, we gather on the ancestral homelands of the Caddo, Cherokee, Coahuiltecan, Comanche, Lipan Apache, Karankawa, Tonkawa, and Wichita, who call or have called what we now know as Central Texas home. Countless other tribes live and have lived across this state, and we are home to 3 federally recognized tribes: the Isleta del Sur Pueblo, the Kickapoo, and the Alabama Coshada.
Still going.
Indigenous peoples have cared for these lands and waters, have shaped the history and culture of this area, and continue to make invaluable contributions to Austin and to Texas. Despite centuries of genocide, forced displacement and assimilation, and other forms of marginalization, we are still here.
Okay. So she says we, so I presume she herself is indigenous. I would love to ask her as a somewhat hobbyist of the Comanche Empire, read several books about it, and she mentioned many tribes lived there before, right? So what happened to the tribe that used to live there and didn't live there anymore? The other tribe took its place. That's what she's saying, right? So that tribe was defeated in battle and expelled. And yet the only acknowledgement is that the genocide came from the white man. Let me tell you something about the Comanches. The Comanches exterminated entire fucking native tribes. They killed them all. They were brutal, ruthless, highly, highly, highly efficient warriors, the Comanches. If you've never read about them, I highly recommend it. But the only remembrance has to be from the white genocide. And we end up doing that to the Comanches because basically they were slaughtering everybody who came across their land. But I do find it amusing how they do the land acknowledgement, but then they acknowledge multiple tribes. But those tribes were moved and lost the land because a superior force came, conquered, and moved them. The land acknowledgement. When is that stupid trend going to die? It's got to be soon. It's been around a few years now. I forgot I had one tab on that Mike Lindell guy, the MyPillow guy. Yet you believe Trump endorsed him? Like, this is how stupid Trump is. Because Mike Lindell, remember when the stolen election, Mike Lindell was running around, he's a true believer, said the election was stolen, and Trump liked that. So now he feels like he has to have this guy's back, even though this guy is a literal crazy person. Trump endorsed him. He referred to Lindell as the, quote, pillow man, end quote. And he had, I didn't know this. One of Lindell's problems, not only was he kind of a whack job, and he was running for Minnesota governor, well, he was not registered to vote in Minnesota. He was registered to vote in Texas. The Minnesota Republican Party wanted nothing to do with him. And in the end, the Speaker of the Minnesota House is who won the nomination, Lisa DeMuth. She beat Lindell by about 11 percentage points, which is pretty fucking scary. How many morons voted for that guy? All right. Let's go to... let's go. This might be this is becoming a highly beloved topic on the podcast. These flock cameras, which seemingly came out of nowhere. I don't remember talking about them 6 months ago, but now they're everywhere. I told you last week, I'm pretty sure, that there was like some nutty chick who was using the flock cameras to spy on her boyfriend's ex-wife or something. Well, now we got 3 more just a week later. 3 former sheriff's deputies have been arrested on charges that they used flock cameras to stalk people. This is in Bibb County. The Bibb County Sheriff's Office said in a statement that an internal audit conducted with help from Flock revealed that the deputies had used the camera system's license plate data for personal, non-law enforcement purposes. Let's skip that up a little bit. All 3, this is not shocking here. All 3 people were involved in separate incidents tracking people with whom they had a, quote, personal relationship at the time, end quote. They were banging. The deputies were arrested on Monday on charges that included stalking, prohibited use of license plate data, violating their oaths as public officers. They have since been released on bond. 2 of them were named Tony Lewis and Koznavian Stubbs. Koznavian. Coznavian. They resigned from their position as patrol deputies immediately during the investigation, and a 3rd officer, Joseph Galloway, resigned as a K-9 deputy shortly after his arrest. So the Bibb County Sheriff David Davis said that a tool that Flock introduced in April, no doubt alarmed by the potential for misuse, called Audit Assistance, had uncovered the deputies' misuse of the system. So, okay, I guess this tool continuously monitors Flock system activity and flags search patterns. Let's see, Stubbs said on Wednesday he had been accused of using Flock cameras to stalk his girlfriend, but that he had only used the system to look up the license plate on his own car. Yeah, right. And he said the case is blown way out of proportion. Neither of the other 2 talked. Oh, Lewis, Tony Lewis, Toni, that is a female. I thought they were all dudes. Yeah, I remember about 7,000 law enforcement agencies, or 40% of all departments in the United States, have contracts with Flock, and they are found on roads in every state except Alaska. So these cameras use artificial intelligence to automatically identify and track vehicles, and they connected, right? So they create this huge searchable network. And now the cops love it, of course. They can track down stolen cars. They can find missing people, wanted people, solve crimes. But again, this is all, it's all what you value in life. You know? You want the peaceful fucking surveillance state? Or do you want the dangerous free world? I like the second one. I can take care of myself. And it's just super annoying. I know a lot of people, they don't want dangerous freedom. They just don't. They would rather have this umbrella thing because their stupid fucking car was stolen. Like, who cares, bro? Just have insurance, buy you another one. Like, who gives a shit? And they'll find it eventually. But this is the hot new topic now, and a lot of people don't like them. I put up a whole nother tab about Flocks. And Flock themselves has not helped their case because they've been caught in a couple lies about these things already. But I figured like I would do one big kind of overview of Flock. So not just for you guys, but for myself as too. So Flock, let's kind of get into what it is. It's a private company, right? So it's no stock or anything. It's a private company. It's based in Atlanta. And they supply many of the license plate reading cameras used by law enforcement officers across the nation. So the company was valued at $8.4 billion in April of 2026. That is less than a decade after it was started by 3 graduates of the Georgia Institute of Technology. So the equipment relies on either solar power or batteries. It uses cellular networks. It is normally leased and not owned. These camera systems can cost clients 6 to 7 figures, including installations and subscription fees, depending on how many cameras are deployed. So because Flock Safety's cameras have so quickly spread, Flock Cameras is now like kind of shorthand for any camera that uses AI to identify and track license plates. But Flock isn't the only company to provide this, right? It's like those famous words that became the word, you know, like Coke is actually a cola, but everybody just calls it Coke. There's many others. So now everybody just says Flock camera. All these cameras are just AI based. Homeowners associations are using them now. That's great. I'm sure they love that. And college campuses. So these cameras are known as ALPRs, Automated License Plate Reader. They use algorithms to read the letters and numbers on license plates, which are then cross-checked with these lists of vehicles that have been involved in crimes, including those reported stolen. So they usually rely on infrared technology to help distinguish characters against the reflective backgrounds of license plates. And Flock claims their cameras can detect vehicles up to 75 feet away. And they are capable of capturing partial license plate numbers, vehicle makes, models, colors, alterations, times, and locations. And then you can use these cameras and integrate them with other technology platforms from different countries, including automated speed enforcement systems that catch motorists who drive too fast. So, of course, law enforcement investigators are all about it. They said, hey, we would not have solved cases without these. But the main criticism is that they produce this huge cache of highly sophisticated surveillance records instantly. And the libs don't like it because, for example, they're worried about sharing license plate information with Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. Now, this is hilarious. So the one thing Flock won't do, apparently, is they don't work with ICE. But everybody else, so the illegals are good, but not you. By default, according to Flock, the data collected from the cameras is not shared with federal agencies. All federal agencies? I friggin' doubt that. Civil liberties groups say ICE could just ask local police for the license plate data. Well, in states that cooperate with ICE, yeah, and it's not illegal. And that does happen. In Washington State, at least 7 police departments and 1 sheriff's office had granted access to the U.S. Border Patrol by their license plate reader networks in 2025. In Columbus, Ohio, they found that Flock data had been searched more than 15,000 times for potential immigration-related purposes since 2024. So Flock is desperately trying to push back on this and saying, like, well, no, we're changing. Like, so, for example, Flock said on August 13th, they said, we're putting in all these changes. Communities will be able to limit what other law enforcement agencies can view from their cameras data. They also shortened the default retention period for data from the cameras to 1 week. So in other words, they'll tape over the old tape and using old parlance for a week. I guess it used to be like a lot longer. It will also require law enforcement agencies to enable those audit features that detect unusual searches by officers, like those 3 cops who just got busted. But yeah, I guess a lot of communities have deactivated the cameras or canceled their contracts with the companies supplying them because of complaints about mass surveillance. And then there's also these groups like DFlock. There's a whole group, DFlock, and they map out flock locations. And you guys have probably seen some of the people vandalizing the camera and all that. In Los Angeles, officials suspended the use of 138 pole-mounted security cameras operated by Flock in July in the face of public backlash. And then I vaguely remember, you remember that weird Super Bowl commercial with Flock and Ring cameras? That was like a huge backlash. Yeah, because Amazon, who owns Ring now, Ring cameras, Amazon ended that partnership with Flock. It was very brief. That would have allowed homeowners to share footage from their Ring cameras with local police during investigations. In Houston, at least 6 of the cameras were cut down. Troy, New York, 3 Flock cameras were destroyed. So yeah, this is a hot thing. Yeah, I don't want fucking a cop to be able to pull me up in a database and see like where my car is. I just don't, for any reason. I don't care if I go missing, I go missing. I'll turn up eventually. Like, what's the big fucking deal? Leave me alone. Let's go. We're about, what, 2 hours in? Okay, let's keep going here. I'll get to that one in a moment. Let's see here. Let's talk about some immigration stuff while we're at it. Let's go to... this is a big story. A lot of you guys sent me this one too. The electric gloves for the immigrations and customs enforcement officers. Yeah, they want to get these gloves that can deliver electric shocks. I have a video. I'll play in a second. Yeah, these are great. They want to spend millions of dollars doing this. I'm sure it'll say in this article, but I just wonder, like, what's wrong with the taser here? So the Department of Homeland Security describes these gloves as a de-escalation device. Critics have expressed alarm over equipping immigration agents with another tool that they say could actually escalate the use of force. So, in a notice published on Monday, the Homeland Security Department said it planned to purchase the CTG-5 glove, which is an acronym, GLOVE. That stands for Generated Low Output Voltage Emitter. Clever. And DHS said they plan to issue these to ICE officers and agents who work on immigration enforcement and criminal investigations. A contract could be worth up to $20 million. So how exactly would you use this? Yeah, it's the glove is relatively new and untested. I mean, I never heard of this, and a lot of policing experts never heard of this before news of the ICE contract broke. Now, this is made by Compliant Technologies, Kentucky-based company. Sometimes referred to as a stun glove or a shock glove, the device has been marketed to law enforcement in the past few years, and it uses pain to induce compliance by delivering an electric shock on contact. It is much lower voltage than a taser. Okay, well, that should make you happy. The company says the voltage is too low to work through dry clothing or hair, so you have to be touching their bare arm. It only takes about a second to switch the gloves on with a press of a button. So then how do you... Like, what if you're already holding the person with one hand, right? So I'm holding the guy. Do I reach over with my other hand and turn that glove on, or how does this work? This is interesting. The company says it was deliberately designed to be what they call low optics. You guys remember how I'm always carrying on about how hard it is to take somebody down to the ground who doesn't want to go, and it's always going to look bad? That's why you have all these videos of these screaming people around cops and immigration agents, because sometimes they have to take somebody to the ground who doesn't want to be taken to the ground, and it's always going to look bad. Once again, I will repeat my challenge for any journalist who thinks this is super easy. I'm 6'2"-ish, 200 pounds-ish. Let's go to the gym. You can film the whole thing, and you go ahead and try to take me down without me wanting to be taken to the ground. Let's see how the fuck you do. Short answer is you're not going to do well. And that's why it always looks bad, because then cops have to fucking like bust you in the head. They got to bust you in the shoulder. They got to put you in chokehold. They got to do whatever they got to do, and it always looks bad. So this company says, like, yeah, purposely, it always looks bad. They even said in a statement, the glove, quote, looks better on video, end quote, than other types of force used by the police. It does. They interviewed some chief of police in Missouri, and he said he went to a demonstration. He said, quote, as soon as you put it on my arm, I was absolutely convinced. I went straight down to the mat, end quote. Let's see. Let's play this clip before I finish the article. Here it is. All right, let's blow this up. It's not great sound, but the video is all I really wanted. Let's play it again here. Yeah. Just write down. Yeah, I'll play it again for you guys who missed it. Oh, yeah, right down to the ground. That's great. So what's the... Yeah, I don't see what the problem is. It's very... nobody gets hurt. Of course, we know the problem. The ACLU is all worked up about it. They talked to somebody, the deputy project director on policing for the ACLU. Jen Rolnick-Borchetta. She said, quote, giving ICE agents who have been reckless with their use of force over the last year gloves that can deliver electric shocks is terrifying, mister. End quote. These are gloves that deliver an electric shock with a simple press of a button. That means that force can be deployed really easily. Okay, well, do you not want force to be deployed easily? If I'm a cop, I want my force to be deployed easily. Let's see. A top former ICE official in the Biden administration questioned the need to equip officers with the gloves to pursue people accused of violating immigration laws, which are mostly civil offenses. Oh, here we go. Yeah, but they don't want to go. So what are you supposed to do? And then when you say, get out of the car, they say, no, we've seen 100 videos on this. Where's this guy been? Scott Shukart? Have you not watched the videos of people running from ICE and throwing shit out? You've never watched any of that, huh? Users must be trained or recertified every 2 years. No more than one pair of gloves should be used at a time. That'd be funny if you tripled up on the glove. And for no longer than 15 seconds. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing this on video. I'm sure we'll get a chance to very quickly. Other immigration news. The United States says it has revoked more than 175,000 visas under Trump. Wow, most visas were rescinded over criminal accusations, including drug offenses, DUI, assault, sexual assault, child abuse, fraud. Some visas were revoked over what the State Department called attempts to abuse the immigration system. The statement did not specify the exact time period when the visas have been revoked. Visas were also rescinded from people who had celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Citing comments said it was made by visa holders, including that he had, quote, died too late, end quote, and that, quote, when fascists die, Democrats don't complain, end quote. Who are these people? Several people were set to be deported on foreign policy grounds, including Iranians connected to the country's government, a Cuban with connections to an operation run by the country's communist leadership, and a Kuwaiti who called Americans his enemy. Well, good. Get out. Why are you even here? What I wish they had is this normal revocation statistics? Did we not bother ever revoking visas from people in the past? There's a link here. It's just with a news release from State Department. Wonder if they compare it to like other years. Like how many is this? Is this a lot? Oh, they give a lot. Oh, they have a lot of examples. Yeah, guys, if you can see on the live stream or you don't get to the live stream, Google State Department revokes more than 175,000 visas, and it's a State Department document. Okay. So they have a whole list here of people who they've done this to. Oh, these are great. One was a foreign national who was charged with felony rape and sexual battery, including of a victim who was mentally disabled. Oh, that's nice. A foreign national charged with sodomy of a child and aggravated sexual battery. A U.S. embassy in North Africa revoked over 100 visas for birth tourist parents who came to the United States primarily to give birth so their children to get U.S. citizenship. Good. Excellent. All very good. A foreign national was arrested for driving with heroin and a blood alcohol level more than 3 times the legal limit. These people we let into our country. My God. What else on the immigration? I have more. Oop, I just went back to my front page here. Let's see. I'm just going through here. I thought I had more on that, but oh yeah, here we go. A couple more. First of all, the Trump administration seems they hell-bent that they want to build part of the wall in Big Bend National Park. And a lot of people are irritated about it. It's in Texas, Big Bend National Park. So the Trump administration appeared ready to construct this 30-foot border wall through Big Bend National Park. And it's a really beautiful, it's a national park. There's nothing there. Bipartisan opposition grew. Because this place is also very rugged and canyon-like. So they were like, well, you know what? You don't have to fucking put a border wall here. So the wall was removed from the federal government's border construction map. They have that? What's that? Oh, you guys can visit the Smart Wall map at the U.S. Customs and Border Protection website. Just Google Smart Wall map. And it should be on a cbp.gov page. Oh, that's pretty neat. Do that later. So they thought they were safe, but then the bulldozers showed up earlier this month. So contractors have already ripped through mesquite trees and brush and leveled the ground for more than a mile of what appeared to be a future roadway. Yeah, this is a West Texas national park, and everybody's pissed off. Local sheriffs, environmentalists, former park officials. They insisted that such infrastructure was unnecessary in a border region so remote and dangerous that people have rarely tried to cross there. Even at the peak of, good euphemism here, unauthorized migration. Yeah, John Cornyn, the state's outgoing Republican senator, he said in a letter last week to Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, quote, "My constituents believe that the 1,000-foot riverbank cliffs and remote Big Bend terrain offers its own source of deterrence," end quote. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, this is stupid. The park does consist of 118 miles of land on the U.S.-Mexico border, and a road is usually right next to the wall, right? So you can get there quickly. So they're saying that bulldozers and excavators have been engaged this month in survey and design work. Fewer than 6 migrants a day have been encountered crossing from Mexico in recent months in the entire Big Bend patrol sector. Oh, God. So why? Meanwhile, in Jacumba, San Diego, remember that's where all the inland from where I live, that's where all the massive amounts of Chi-Com, the Chinese communists, were sneaking through. Why don't we build more wall there? Unbelievable. Yeah, so there's going to be all kinds of demonstrations, stuff like that. And it's sad. It's one thing I disagree on about the immigration part. You don't need to do it there. Meanwhile, a prominent Mexican politician says the United States revoked his visa. He's a former president's son. Yeah. He's the son of my man AMLO, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador. His son is named Andres Manuel Lopez Beltran. Yeah. He released a letter to Trump asking him if he knew about the decision to revoke his visa. He called the move, quote, "a crude and perverse dirty trick, end quote, carried out by officials who targeted people like him for refusing to, quote, submit to their authoritarian, divisive ambitions, end quote. The State Department's been doing this. They've been revoking visas of officials in Latin America. And Lopez Beltran has been accused of corruption by his political opponents. He's always denied it. Lopez Beltran said there were no grounds to revoke his visa because he was honest, but he added that he didn't mind because he had no desire to visit the United States, quote, during these decadent and lamentable times of hatred, racism, drug addiction, family breakdown, social content, and sorrow, homes, end quote. Okay, then stay the fuck out then, bro. Then what are you crying about? So on one hand, he's crying about his visa getting revoked. On the other hand, he's like, oh, I would never go there anyway. Okay, then fuck off. God. And let's not forget, Beltran, though, has got some friends in high places. Like his dad, AMLO, he was the mentor for the current president, Claudia Sheinbaum. And AMLO is still like involved in the Mexico's dominant political party, Morena. That is also Sheinbaum's political party. Now, Lopez Beltran was a top party official until May when he stepped down to run for Mexico's Congress. On Friday, Sheinbaum called such visa cancellations politically motivated. Well, yeah, they are. That's right. Like if I went down to Mexico after talking shit about Sheinbaum and they revoked my visa, then yeah, that's what I would get, right? Sheinbaum called them motivated, and she said, quote, this is clearly an act of interference in Mexican politics, essay. I see no other reason, Holmes, end quote. Okay. Let's go. Homeland Security headline. Homeland Security paid $464 million for airplanes and to park them. They used a no-bid contract to buy 10 used jets. And they said they were urgently needed for deportation flights, but the fleet has largely sat idle for months. What are we doing? Why aren't we firing these bad boys up? $500 million. Yeah, the department said they had no time to consider other officers. They needed it right away, but they've barely used it. 3 of the aircraft are luxury business jets. Just months after acquiring them, the Department of Homeland Security sought to loan or lease 2 to other agencies, including one for the use of the FBI director, Kash Patel. Ugh. The other 7 are older Boeing 737 passenger jets, which the government has left parked at an airport in Lake Charles, Louisiana for months at a time. An internal government document said the agency did not have the staff necessary to operate them. These acquisitions were part of a surge of rushed contracts handed out recently by the Homeland Security Department, which has repeatedly used the need for urgency to bypass regular contracting procedures. All right. Just going through here. The company that received this contract is Daedalus Aviation Corporation. That is led by a chairman who had donated to a political committee supporting the previous Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem. Now, ICE has long outsourced their deportation flights by chartering planes from private companies, and they also use military and Coast Guard aircraft, right? So because of that, they were like, well, we don't really need for the department to buy their own planes and maintaining them, by the way, because they contract them all out anyway. In a written statement, DHS sought to blame Noem, Kristi Noem. Because remember, Trump fired her, and now Mark Wayne Mullen is Secretary of Homeland Security. A spokeswoman for Ms. Noem tried to push back. She blamed the responsibility on Mullen, said the purchase was finalized under his leadership. Contracting records show that the size of the contract increased by $303 million on the day that Mullen was sworn in as secretary. Somebody's trying to squeeze this in. All right, so where are the... Yeah, this is a pattern. You know, they did the same shit with those warehouses where they were going to hold the detainees. because they bought all the land for their warehouses and everything. And they bought 7. They bought 7 warehouses and land for more than $700 million. And now they're either giving those away or selling them because they can't fucking fit anybody in them. So stupid. Why are they so stupid about everything all the time? Federal law generally requires government agencies to see competing bids before awarding a contract. The department sidestepped that requirement by invoking an exemption for cases of, quote, unusual and compelling urgency, end quote. And then they just sat there on the fucking tarmac. Let's see. I'll talk about that later. We had a couple of helicopter crashes, unfortunately. Let's start with the military crash near Fort Hood. A AH-64 Apache attack helicopter went down outside Fort Hood in Texas about right in the middle of the day, 1:30 p.m. It was in a town, Salado, a small town about 20 miles southeast of Fort Hood. And the crash caused a fire in a dry field where it landed, and it did burn 155 acres. Let me see if they have named the pilots yet. Yeah, here we go. So we've got, unfortunately, Chief Warrant Officer 2 DeAndre Huey, 34, and Warrant Officer Seth Olmstead, 25 years old. Got their picture up here. So young. Yeah, man. Very, very sus with the helicopters. I just don't even want to get on one anymore. And then we had a firefighting helicopter crash near a Utah wildfire. That killed 2 crew members as well. This was a Sikorsky Sky Crane. Let me zoom in on that picture. One of those that has the hose dangling out of it and it can suck water up like right from a lake or something. This was one of several aircraft fighting the fast-spreading wide-mouth tube blaze that was burning through Fish Lake National Forest. Again, the wreck sparked another fire. And they were clearly dead pretty much right away. They named them. Yep. Firefighting, dude, it's no joke. In June, 3 wildland firefighters died while fighting a fire along the Utah-Colorado border, and a 4th succumbed to injuries a month later. And on Thursday, a bulldozer operator was killed in a Southern Oregon fire. It is a very, very dangerous job. Wildfire fighting. It can change on a dime, and you can't outrun them at all. Sad. All right. Let's go to I don't have very many good audio clips this week, which is a bummer. Well, let's go to a couple of these are all pretty bad stories here. A lot of you guys sent me this one too. This 7-year-old boy. Headline at the Daily Mail: Boy 7 was tortured to death by his mother and her 2 transgender lovers, according to the cops. And the father of the 7-year-old boy is also transgender. So let's see if we can unpack this. In Cincinnati, Ohio, last week, William Michael Evans Ellis, the last 3 names hyphenated, was killed. He was the son of Caitlin Evans, 39, who has now been charged with his murder, and Tara Ellis, who is entirely innocent of wrongdoing. Tara is the biological male who previously went by the name Thomas. She transitioned and began living as a woman sometime after her late son's birth in 2019. He got a name change. So, hang on. Tara is said to have begun a 4-way open relationship known as a polycule with Caitlin Evans and then 2 other trans women in the run-up to his death. So, okay. So Caitlin Evans is the only biological woman in this story. It's difficult to read and understand who everybody is when with the transgender shit. It's too much sometimes. So Caitlin Evans is biological female. The guy who had the father of the child is a biological male, and then the other women. Hey, I threw up my big air quotes for the first time on the stream. The other two women are Nessa Keeney and Kirby Rankin. What are these names? There's a lot of grammatical. You guys can see what I'm dealing with finally with the grammatical errors as well. Look at this paragraph. I'm going to zoom in on it. Read this out loud with me. The other women are Nessa Keeney and Kirby Rankin, whose birth name is Adamon Judaidon Kaoliti Lu Kieni. Well, you named two people here, and then whose implies one person. And then I don't know if this is all one name or if this is two people without a comma. See the fucking shit I have to put up with? So anyway, all three have pleaded not guilty to the poor kid's murder and now on suicide watch. Why watch? Just let him do it. So Tara, the biological dad of the child who was killed, had moved out. So they're off the hook. William is said to have suffered torment, including water torture, before his body was found in a closet last week. So here's William. So here's Caitlin Evans. That's how she aged. And here was the dad before he transitioned, who is now known as Tara Evans Ellis. And then, the three were all co-parenting. So these are the two biological men who became women that are also being charged. Kirby Rankin and Nessa Kieni. And they are men. Okay? You guys got that? Oh, there's the four grandparents. Can you imagine? God. The four all moved in together at one point. Man. Poor kid. Yeah, just let them kill themselves. What do we care at this point? Do we care? I don't care. A few other fucking crazy stories. Let's go to this one too. Talk about this daycare in Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota wife was killed by her husband at the children's daycare center they ran together out of their home. And the wife was planning on leaving the husband. So the mom, Kristen Ann Brown, 41 years old, operated the Brown Bear Child Care Center in 10 miles southwest of Minneapolis. On Wednesday, Kristen, her husband Nathan Brown, and their 7-year-old daughter Evie Ann Brown were found dead around 9 a.m. inside the daycare. Kristen and Evie had been stabbed to death. Nathan killed himself with a gun. Nathan, who is a landscaper with his own business, he's the one who did it. And he did this in front of 6 other kids, according to cops. Dang. Here's the Kristen Ann Brown. She was found dead along with her daughter. Here's the guy her husband who killed them, Nathan Brown, and then before he killed himself. Ugh. What else? Let's go to this one. A Massachusetts teenager used ChatGPT she wanted ChatGPT to write murder his family fantasy stories for him. And then guess what? He went and murdered his family. Arjun Aravind, 17 years old, was detained Wednesday after his mother, Sudha, and younger brother, Siddharth, only 14, were found dead with obvious trauma inside their home in Massachusetts the previous night. And Aravind had been using artificial intelligence to explore fantasies about family deaths. And he had search history. And again, keep telling you guys, ChatGPT, it's all there. Like, the cops are just going to go in there and search what you were looking for. And the cops said at a press conference he was engaged in the use of ChatGPT to create these like fantasy stories, short stories, and novels, and all ended with the family dying. Here's what he looked like. Erjan Aravind. Oh, cops got him there. Anything else about this guy? This happened when his father, who was away, called cops late night and asked the cops to conduct a welfare check at his house. He told dispatchers he grew concerned when a tutor arrived for a scheduled visit but could not get inside, and then he tried to like get a hold of his family. That went unanswered, so he finally called the cops. Yeah, these people are freaks, man. Let's do this story quickly also, as long as I'm talking about all the killing and murder in one section. I had mentioned that coffee CEO before, this guy, this Canadian dude, Luciano Fratellin. Yeah, he's officially been found guilty now of drowning his 9-year-old daughter in a swamp because he wanted revenge on his wife. He was 46 years old. He was the founder of the organic coffee brand Gambela. He was swiftly convicted on Monday of second-degree murder and concealment of a body, charges in connection with his daughter Melina's death last year. So he's a Canadian guy. He had taken Melina on a trip across the northeast United States in the summer of 2025 in what prosecutors claimed was a plot to kill his daughter. Her remains were found on July 19th, 2025, under a log in a pond in Ticonderoga, New York. Oh, he's fucking horrible. And he remember he strangled her to death, and I believe, yes, they did find evidence of sexual abuse as well. There's a picture of them. Dude, what kind of mad dog is just able to kill his own daughter? Oh, he tried to tell the cops that she had been kidnapped. Oh yeah, the old white van. She was forced into a white van. They conducted a massive dragnet. Law enforcement did. What are you doing back there, Red? Sneezing? All right, he's doing okay. This is where Red sits, if you guys can see it on camera. That's where he likes to just lays on the bed all day long. Let's see. He cooperated with investigators at first. He let them search his vehicle and cell phone as well as her phone. This guy thought he was smarter than the cops, many such cases, and he was not. They know when you're lying. I keep telling you guys this. These cops, they've been doing it a long time. They know when you're lying. Maybe it says here. Oh, he tried to change his clothes and all this shit. Yeah, none of it worked. Good. Just burned in hell. When does he get sentenced? That's what I want to know about. October 14th. He's facing life in prison. See, this is what we have the death penalty for. I don't know why people keep screwing around and don't like it, but we should have it and use it all the time. Let's see here. What else? And a few others. Yeah, let's do this one. Florida parents shook their 7-week-old baby daughter to death and then decided to play Call of Duty. Robert Lee Ingram Jr., 22, and Gracie High Telez, 20 years old, were arrested last Friday by U.S. Marshals in Jacksonville for causing the death of their 7-week-old infant last October. They have been charged with aggravated manslaughter of a child and neglect of a child. They had originally claimed that their daughter had been fed a bottle and placed in her bassinet for a nap shortly before being found unresponsive. Investigators found that the couple's phones had been used to play Call of Duty and watch YouTube videos in the moments before they dialed 911. The parents had told police their devices had been used for FaceTime as makeshift baby monitors. But no, they're busy playing games. This is what these two winners look like. Hollywood, Florida. Gross. This one. Let's talk about this Michigan shooting, too. A mother and her son were the first two victims of a Michigan shooting that left 5 people dead before the gunman killed himself. So 6 people dead total. 41-year-old Amanda Everett and her teenage son Eric were shot dead in their home on LaChance Road in Lake Township on Friday. The gunman was 39-year-old Chad Hickman. He also killed a third identified person at the house, unidentified, and critically injured Everett's 13-year-old daughter, Bella. Bella called 911 after she had been shot in the arm. When they started looking for him, they found a fourth person dead at a different home. Then they found Hickman's vehicle abandoned near a wooded area near Whitlock Lake. They decided to look through the area of the canines, and they discovered Hickman's body along with another deceased victim. So there's Amanda Everett. Oh man, it's kids, it's killing the kids. I just can't handle it. Here's a picture. Look at this picture of this Chad Hickman guy. What is this tattoo? Is that like a... So for those of you not watching YouTube or anything, so this guy, he's taking a selfie in the mirror and he's got one leg up, you know, like a chick would do it posing for a picture, but he's got his like shorts like pulled back to show his whole thigh. And on the thigh is some sort of like cartoonish gun tattoo. And he's got this like grin on his, so look at this fucking evil fuck, dude. Like grinning. With this weirdo tattoo. So yeah, killed 5 people. Oh, he was also convicted in 2024 of misdemeanor 4th-degree child abuse. He was facing a new civil lawsuit that was filed at the end of July. We don't know about that, though. Another family annihilator, or attempt anyway. Okay. Let's go to some more international stories. The boring ones I don't really feel like doing. First of all, let's go to Australia. A former Catholic bishop is convicted of sexual abuse. Shocking. A court found that Christopher Allen Saunders, the former Bishop of Broome, with an E, guilty of sexually abusing 2 men. He's 76 now. Ugh. He was found guilty of 13 sex offenses, including 1 count of sexual penetration without consent and 12 charges of indecent assault. He was acquitted of 6 other charges. He had pleaded not guilty. This goes back to 2008. Mr. Saunders used to hold gatherings where he gave alcohol and food to men. Australian Broadcasting also reported that he touched young men with his feet and in one case engaged in oral sex without consent. Ugh. The victims were young Indigenous men. I guess this is an extremely rural area. This Broome Diocese, where he was the bishop, it's in the Kimberley region, which is an area larger than France in the far north of the state of Western Australia, and the population's only 50,000. So he's going to be sentenced on September 21st. But the verdict makes him one of the most senior Catholic clerics in Australia to have been convicted of sexual abuse committed while serving as a priest or at his post. Disgusting. When are we going to be? I wonder if we're ever going to be gone with the priest sexual abuse thing. Probably not. Let's see. Let's talk about this weird special election UK. I know, guys, I'm scraping the barrel this week. Give me a break. But it did involve Nigel Farage, who we've talked about many times on the podcast. So he initiated this special election, which is just a very weird thing to go. Now, Nigel Farage is the leader of Reform UK. It's Britain's populist right-wing party. Remember, he's buddies with Trump. He and Trump gave that one famous picture with all the gold in the background, and they both had those shit-eating grins on them. So Nigel Farage initiated the special election because he resigned amid a parliamentary investigation into possible finance crimes. So this was like a vote of confidence, right? So he easily, as expected, he did defeat dozens of weirdos, including some guy who dressed up and called himself Count Binface. He wore a trash can themed costume. None of Britain's other major parties participated in the race. Farage got 63% of the vote. Count Binface, which is a character played by John Harvey, who's 46 years old, a writer and a comedian, received 27% of the vote. Okay, so he is under investigation because he was a member of Parliament, the UK's version of Congress. He was a member of Parliament. He's under investigation for failing to declare a £5 million British pound gift. That's about $6.7 million US that he received in the weeks before the 2024 general election. What was this gift? $6.7 million? He got this from some crypto billionaire based in Thailand named Christopher Harborn. At one point, Farage said it was a reward for getting Brexit passed, while at other times he said it was to pay for his personal security. Did he just give him 6.7 million cash? Or did he? Or was it crypto? So anyway, Farage ends up resigning from the seat, which he had held since 2024. And said he would run again because he wanted like a new mandate, right, from the voters to say, hey, they don't really care about this stuff. And I guess his area is near Essex, England, a coastal area. Here's the Count Binface pulling his picture up. This is this clown. He became the main opposition candidate. But they're still going to look into the inquiry. Farage said he didn't need to report the £5 million gift because it was received before his election to Parliament. Let me see. I have another. I have an open. There was a link here. Failure to register. I was wondering if I could get any clue on what that was, but it doesn't really tell me. So anyway, he won, and a goofball ran against him, and known as Count Binface, he lost. There's another picture of Count Binface as a comedian. He had run for a bunch of other offices, I guess, before. All right, let's go. Let's talk about ferry capsizing. We had another one of these on Zimbabwe's Lake Kariba. More than 40 dead. Updated is at least 46 people are dead. An unknown number is still missing 2 days after a ferry overturned in Zimbabwe's Lake Kariba. Dozens of people were rescued, at least 67. But the search for more missing continued as 2 additional bodies were found. Yeah, of course, as is usual in these African disasters, the ferry was packed well beyond its designated capacity, et cetera, et cetera. It probably ran like shit. I'm sure it wasn't maintained for anything. The ferry was run by the Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, a quasi-governmental department. The boat had an official capacity of 90 passengers, excluding crew. But initial indications suggest there were about 120 passengers on the vessel when it overturned. They think the true number could have been far higher. Of course it was. Oh, by the way, Lake Kariba is the world's largest man-made lake by volume. There you go, trivia time. The ferry capsized after being struck by strong waves. They launched a search and rescue response with the National Police's underwater unit. Wow, they have one. Cool. The Zimbabwe National Army Boat Squadron, et cetera, et cetera. And, a lot of these things die because these people put way too many people on these boats. Okay, let's do a little Mideast stuff here. First of all, 6 people have been killed in Houthi strikes on a Red Sea ship. That's according to the Yemeni government. A cargo ship was hit in the Red Sea by missiles fired by the Houthi militia. This vessel was the Tihama. It was carrying food supplies and was hit while transiting the Bab al-Mandab Strait at the southern entrance to the Red Sea. The ministry added that 4 crew members, 3 Pakistanis and 1 Indonesian, were killed when a fire broke out on board. Later on Tuesday, the Yemeni Coast Guard also said that 2 members of Yemen's armed forces were also killed during a rescue mission when another Houthi missile targeted the vessel. The Houthi military released a short statement confirming that its forces targeted a ship in the strait and alleged that the vessel was carrying, quote, Saudi military equipment, end quote. They have been fighting the Saudis for many, many years. These deaths were on Tuesday. They were the first known fatalities in the Red Sea from Houthi fire since the start of the broader U.S.-Israeli war with Iran in February. No comment from the Saudis. If you guys want to look again, here's the map. There's the strait. There's where the vessel was hit. And, yeah, continued shit show in the Middle East. Also in the Middle East, a Syrian court has sentenced ex-President Bashar al-Assad to death in absentia for war crimes, so he can never go home. Or he's getting the big needle. That's exciting. Probably a hangman's noose. I think they like to do it over there. Yes, Bashar al-Assad, of course, the former president who was convicted of all kinds of crimes against humanity during Syria's civil war. He fled to Russia famously in 2024 as the rebels closed in. He's been there ever since, and a court sentenced him in absentia because he's hiding out in Russia to death. That's great. 8 other people were sentenced, including al-Assad's younger brother, Mar al-Assad. He led an elite army unit that was instrumental in attacking and killing opponents of the government throughout the war. Remember, Assad was overthrown back in December of 2024. There was one guy who was actually in the country, Atef Najib. He's a cousin of al-Assad. He's the former political security chief somewhere. He was convicted and sentenced to death. He has the right to appeal within 30 days, but the others do not because they refused to appear in court. But yeah, a lot of these guys fled to Russia. Russia granted al-Assad and his brother Mar asylum. And the Syrian government, who does work with Russia, wants him to be extradited to Syria. But the Russian authorities are probably not going to do that. Let's see. After the court in Damascus read out the verdict, the families who were there carrying pictures of their loved ones chanted in the streets and celebrated, and as they should. Okay. Oh, here's this. The guy who was there, Atef Najib, the cousin. Get this. He was the head of the security branch in Daraa when the revolt against al-Assad started way back in 2011, which kicked off the civil war. So teenagers painted graffiti on the side of a school in that town. And they were suggesting that Bashar al-Assad would be, the next dictator to get got. Remember those Arab Spring protests that went all over the Middle East? And so they put up graffiti saying Assad is next, basically. And after that, they were arrested, these teenagers who did this graffiti, and tortured. And protests erupted with that in response. The government responded by shooting the protesters, and that eventually grew into an armed uprising that lasted for years and years and years until Bashar al-Assad was overthrown and fled the country. Let's see. What else about this? Yeah, that's about it. Okay. Oh, yeah, Colombia earthquake. That was sad, huh? See all these people dying? I wonder what the death toll is on that now. Major earthquake hit Colombia on Monday, killing more than 100 people. That was a 7.4 magnitude earthquake, the most powerful recorded in the South American nation in the past decade. Let me see if we have an updated death toll. Colombia death toll earthquake. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, it's up to 294. Wow. Yeah, as of as of less than 24 hours ago. Yeah, more bodies are around 290 people have died, with 140 more missing and nearly 4,000 more injured. Yeah, no good. Let's do... Oh, this is a big story. Let's go here. Let's talk about Turkey. I'm sorry, Turkey, yay. So we've learned in the World Cup. They want to make peace with the Kurdish militants that they've been fighting forever. And it seems like they took a big step forward because they adopted a law on Monday, which passed easily in Parliament, to advance the peace process with the Kurdistan Workers' Party. So this law passed by 468 to 88. And it could allow for the repatriation of thousands of militants from the group, which is known as the PKK, and may lead to the suspension of prison sentences for people convicted of belonging to or supporting that group. So this is the analysts are calling this a major step by the Turkish government to formalize a peace process that began in 2024 and wanted to end that ethnic insurgency that has killed more than 40,000 people in Turkey since the 1980s. And that, the fighting has been in Syria and in Iraq. And supporters of the bill did include President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his party, the Justice and Development Party. And remember, the United States does consider the PKK still a terrorist organization, as does Turkey. But the new law sets the terms for the group's disarmament and the decommissioning of its fighters. I vaguely remember 6 months ago kind of talking about this, that they almost wanted to, they were getting sick of it, the fighters. They wanted to call it a day. They wanted to figure out, this has been going on. Once it's been going on for decades, you're like, dude, nobody wants to live out in the field and do this shit constantly, fear for your life. So this law stipulates that Turkey's National Security Council must confirm that the PKK has given up their arms and establishes a committee to ensure that happens. This would also include the return of militants from neighboring countries. It does not include a blanket amnesty offer, but it does offer reprieve to militants who are not involved in killings, suspending their prison sentences, and giving those in exile 6 months to return to Turkey without facing prosecution. And those who do not commit new crimes will eventually have the right to enter politics. That last part, I guess, has to do specifically with one person named Selahattin Demirtas, Turkey's most prominent Kurdish politician. He's been in jail since 2016 on charges of supporting terrorism, presumably the PKK, and insulting Erdogan. The legislation will not change the status of those wanted for or convicted of violent crimes, nor those with convictions preceding June of 2005. Oh yeah, this is the story I remember covering. They had a PKK leader, Abdullah Öcalan. He's been serving an aggravated life sentence since 1999, right? So he's 77 now. Again, a little long in the tooth for a fucking insurgent. And last year he called for the PKK to disarm. And that he's like, you know what, there's no point in doing this through the military anymore. We should do the rest through politics. And then the group announced that they would do that last May and held a public ceremony in northern Iraq last July, during which militants burned weapons in a giant bonfire. Yeah, I knew I'd talked about it before. Okay. So just a little backstory. The PKK began as a secessionist movement. They wanted an independent Kurdish state in territory which was part of Turkey. And Turkey did not want to give their land away to give them a state. And so hence began the insurgency. So that imprisoned leader, Öcalan, or Öcalan, Öcalan, Instead of taking over a section of Turkey, he decided it might be easier to focus more on expanding Kurdish rights in the countries where they live. Because, Kurds live in many different countries, famously northern Iraq, Syria, and Iran. And Turkish Kurds were oppressed. The Turkish government said they denied the Kurds were a distinct ethnic group, and they suppressed their language and cultural traditions. So we could see that coming to an end quickly here. Very good. Let's go this story. Let's go these two. I got two good ones here. Let's come back to the United States. First of all, a woman has been charged with vandalizing the World War II memorial. So I'm just going to say right off the bat, after the fucking reflecting pool debacle, guys, are we sure? Are we going with this? Is this definitely happened? Do we really honestly believe, or is this more bullshit? Fine, let's treat it like she really did it. 2 felony charges filed against a Kentucky woman after spray paint was seen on the memorial in the Capitol. Who vandalizes the World War II memorial? It was like the one war where everybody kind of banded together. Let's see. 41-year-old Melissa L. Ferris of Elizabethtown, Kentucky, charged with defacing federal property and destruction of a veterans memorial. In a social media post, the U.S. Attorney for D.C., Jeanine Pirro, Judge Jeanine, said Ferris was facing jail time of up to 10 years. Okay, so according to criminal complaint, remember, Pirro got burned previously by Trump with the reflecting pool vandalism, as I talked about. She seems to believe this one. The criminal complaint says Ferris used orange spray paint to write, quote, "clean hands, dirty," and it's a $, end quote, on a section of the wall where she also sprayed green and yellow paint and splattered pink paint on adjacent stones. A U.S. park ranger responded to the scene, also noticed foam in the fountain nearby. Oh, are you... I love it. I love it. You guys know I read ahead some. I just, this shit's too funny. So Ferris ran. But a couple of hours later, she posted a video of herself to a Facebook account under the name Melissa Lovewell, saying, quote, "I was just allowed to deface federal fucking property and nobody batted an eye," end quote. Kids, let's add a few things from your Uncle BK. How to get away with crime, okay? We know a couple of them already. Let's go through them together. What's number 1? Yes, correct. Always leave the phone at home. Very good. What's number 2? Correct. Stay off Google. Don't Google, how can I murder my whole family and hide their bodies and not get caught? Don't Google that on your home computer. Number 3, we talked about this last week. Don't type things into ChatGPT, because they can, if you're signed into ChatGPT, they will find out what you were typing. And number 4, which I probably should have said last week also, don't post up videos of your crimes and what you did on social media. Like, do those 4 things, and you will probably get away with it. Not Melissa. She made a whole video about it and posted it up. She also guessed that police would be pursuing her. So then she makes another video to the same account. A woman who appeared to be Ms. Ferris said she intended to turn herself into the authorities and she is in custody. What is she talking about? Oh, do I have the videos? This is a Facebook account. I don't have. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah, hold on. I gotta audio this chick. Let's listen to this. This is a live video right here.
It's me. I'm going to turn myself in.
She's going to turn herself in.
I won't be sued district federal court. So I don't know where anybody goes in that.
Okay, you can't really hear it too well, but she liked doing live broadcasts. Look at all these videos she made. These are just in like the last 2-3 days. Huh. Okay. So that's what she looks like. She said she was doing so to push my whistleblower case into the courtroom. We don't know what that is or what that involves in. Oh, here we go. You know what? Her face looked a little rough and I was wondering it, but in the very bottom of the story, it says this is the second time she had been arrested this week. She was arrested on Monday for, quote, unlawfully camping on federal property, end quote. So, yes, I am seeing this as a homeless woman. That's what I get. Let's see this. It's this one.
I said no. I'm still.
Oh, they deleted it. Damn it, Facebook. Okay. Yeah, she's definitely homeless. Okay. And then this story. What does the Navy do? Look at this. I saw this. This was very upsetting to me. So the Blue Angels, we all love them. We all know them. Navy pilots, right? They do all the acrobatics, incredibly skilled. And they have had their blue and yellow flight suits handmade by the same fucking person for 40 years. Yeah, Jelly Whitehurst is her name. She's the owner of the sewing box. She started doing the work in 1989. And last month, she decides to reach out to the Navy about paying a visit to take measurements for new suits. And it was then that the Navy told her she's not going to make them anymore. Instead, they awarded the contract to a much larger company, a defense contractor in Virginia, far away from the Blue Angels base in Pensacola and far away from her nearby tailoring shop, which is right there in Pensacola. And they didn't even tell her. So some fucking guy's like, no, some defense contractor got it. The Blue Angels had always come to her to submit a bid as the sole supplier of the suits. And they tried to... The Navy tried to spin it this way. The Navy said in a statement that Whitehurst had told the Blue Angels that, quote, it was her intention to retire, end quote. And so the following month, the Navy claimed, they did a formal open process of posting, bidding, and awarding, right? And it went to this defense contractor. But Whitehurst said she never told the Blue Angels or anyone else that she was retiring. And she almost cried when she was talking about it. Yeah, why? That's sad. Yeah, she does flame-resistant Nomex fabric. Each custom suit takes about 5.5 hours to make, about $850 per suit. She makes about 85 to 100 of them per year. And, she took a lot of pride in it. It's something you handmade. So somebody's lying. Yeah, why? Who do they award it to? Does it say? Oh, Aquila International. And the price went up too. Since 2014, her company, the Sewing Box, has earned about $684,000 from the Navy to make the suits, right? And you can look this up. This is all public. You can go to usaspending.gov. The Navy's new 5-year contract with Aquila International is worth $1.69 million. So 12 years, it cost them $684,000 with her. In 5 years, it's going to cost the Navy $1.69 million with Aquila International. So what are we doing? Yeah, that's sad. I mean, why? It's just one small shop. The military sucks at doing stuff like this. And the Aquila International guy tried to chime in oh no, it's not just that, it's about all our technical expertise that we bring to it. Yeah, shut up. All right. Let's do a few clips for you guys. Just some funny ones. This one's funny. So this goes into the chapter of why BK could never be a police officer. I love the experts. They are so sure. There's never a doubt in their mind that they're right. So this is a woman. She is an African-American woman, Junie Francois. And she is arguing with police because the Hilton Hotel called the cops and said, this woman, we don't want her here. I don't know exactly what happened to precede this. But the cops the cops were called to the scene, and the hotel informed the cops that they wanted her to go. So listen to how sure she is that she's well within her rights. Let's play this video here.
Why do they need me? Why do they need me to leave the property? Why? They need you to leave the property. Why do they need me?
Ma'am, it doesn't matter why.
Wait, no, it does, because for Hilton. Because when I send this to Hilton.
They need you to leave the property. Okay? If you refuse to, then you're going to be arrested.
Arrested for what?
For trespassing.
Please let me say, I'm an attorney. First and foremost,
then you should know the trespassing law.
I'm not trespassing. This is public property.
No,
number one.
It's not. It's
okay, I'm not going to
property.
argue with you because I do know the law. But I do know the law. I know it very well. I was educated at Harvard Law School.
Okay.
Okay.
So congratulations.
Yes, you should congratulate me. Bring me my bags. This is going on social media. I'm going to let you know that right now. They don't even know who they mess with. They don't even know.
Confident.
And it's really sad that it's another black person. But I don't really care, because sometimes we are the ones who have the unconscious bias. Slavery was a MF to my people. And if you arrest me, you guys better be ready for the lawsuit.
Okay.
Be ready for the lawsuit, because Ben Crump will be coming for you. You just don't even know what y'all just did.
Oh, Ben Crump. Oh, she dropped the Ben Crump in it. You guys know who Ben Crump is? He's the latest shyster fucking ethnic activist black guy attorney. And like once every couple months, he pops up and he's like, I'm suing a whole town because a black guy was found hanging from a tree. And we all know that black men never kill themselves by hanging, which they do all the time. But it's every time now. Every time I see like a story about a black guy killing himself, the social media is 100% convinced that it was the Klan. I shit you not. Like they framed it, like they strung a black guy up because this is what they do. They absolutely believe this stuff. You guys think I'm kidding? They absolutely believe it. So, and Ben Crump is the black attorney who holds the press conference to say, "Oh yeah, we're getting to the bottom of this," and then you never hear anything else about the case again because it turns out the guy did kill himself. So, what else do I have for audio? Anything funny? This one came across my feed. This is on TikTok originally, I guess. I didn't have the patience, to go look it up, the details of the case. But I did see cops in the background when I skimmed this video previously. So if you guys are watching, it claims that some guy calling himself Archangel Michael murdered his friend, stole his car, crashed his car, and then had a breakdown in a smoke shop as cops held him at gunpoint. And he decided to record himself while he was in the crashed car. And I'm going to, I thought I'd play the video, see what we can hear. Let's go here.
Hi, I'm Archangel Michael. And I'm recording this because these pieces of shit police don't understand that the alien has landed here. And they're treating me like a sovereign citizen. I'm an Earth Angel. And these fucking cunts.
See him back there?
Fuck you.
Okay, so there you go. Archangel Michael. He's among us. He came down to be with us. Let's go to kind of want 3 hours 15 minutes, and let's start wrapping it up here. Let's go here quickly. Denmark was dealing with some dilemmas: conservation versus wolves biting people. Yeah. Denmark has an estimated 49 wolves in the country. It's part of a growing European population because they wanted to bring them back for conservation reasons, right? But now in France, Spain, Italy, Sweden, and now Denmark, they're asking these fucking guys with their motorcycles, dude. They're asking questions. They're like, I don't know what these Euros think. These people want to bring back the wolves, which I approve of. Don't get me wrong. You guys have heard me many times say I want nothing more than large land mammals roaming the countryside, hopefully killing lots of people. That would be great. Elephants, tigers, wolves, that'd be great. But as a society, we have not gotten to that point yet where that's acceptable. So these conservation people want to bring back wolves, and then they act all shocked when the wolves do what wolves do, which is kill livestock and sometimes people, bite people. So they thought wolves disappeared from Denmark in the early 1800s because of overhunting, but they came back in 2012 after migrating through Germany. So now they're controversial, right? They attack livestock and they get killed sometimes illegally by angry farmers. But this time, cops had to kill one. Yeah, and its behavior strongly suggested, according to the police, that it had been fed, this wolf that got shot, implying that some human had been giving it food. So they designated this wolf that had been around, like, biting people and shit, like a problem wolf. And so they decided to go hunt it down. And they didn't want to tranquilize it to another area because Denmark doesn't have very much open land, I guess. So they killed the wolves, and that was it. And then the animal rights people get in there like, why are you killing a wolf? So it's like, that's the way it goes. Yeah, Denmark is a small, densely populated country. And they don't really have other major predators that could take on a wolf, like a bear. They don't have bears in Denmark. And some lawmakers now want to get rid of the wolves completely. Animal welfare groups saying wolves play an important role in Denmark's ecosystem by keeping the population of deer in check. But didn't they just get wolves back? So what was keeping the population of deer in check before then? Zambia, Africa had a vote, and this was a presidential race, and they halted it out of concerns for fraud and poll workers being attacked and ballots being stolen. But they have resumed vote counting. Yeah, just hours after stopping the vote counting, the Electoral Commission of Zambia announced that they had consulted with law enforcement agencies and contained the security threat. The move to suspend counting had been drawn heavy criticism among opposition leaders who said they feared election tampering. Both of the top candidates had an advantage in early tallies. President Hakainde Hichilema has been favored to win a second term, but there is a tight race. Economic hardship and growing repression made it a tight race, and so his main opponent, Brian Mundubile, claimed victory in a statement on Friday, citing an unofficial vote count led by his party. And then they decided to stop counting the vote. To win a presidential election in Zambia, a candidate must get more than 50% of the vote. If that does not happen in the first round of voting, the top two candidates compete in a runoff. So, like oftentimes it happens, and I've probably done this a dozen times since I've done the podcast. Hichilema was once the young reformer who believed in democracy 5 years ago. He was a political prisoner. He was challenging the government. He was let out and he ran for president. He promised to renew Zambia's democracy, but then he gets in power, and guess what? Yes, that's right. They crack down on opposition rallies. They jail fucking reporters. They prevent opposition politicians from running and all that stuff. So we'll see what that vote turns out to be. Quickly, though, I want to get through a few more before I have to wrap it up here. This is cool. Driver sets record for hydrogen-powered vehicle at more than 406 miles an hour. It's a 64-year-old retired Air Force pilot from Britain. This is cool. Named Andy Green, who did this. This is land speed, if I didn't make that clear. It was a hydrogen-fueled internal combustion vehicle on Tuesday, 406.320 miles per hour. The record was set at the Bonneville Salt Flats in Utah and was confirmed by the governing body for motorsports, the Fédération Internationale de l'Automobile. He was driving a JCB Hydromax, which looks like a rocket on wheels than a car. And there's like no smoke. Hydrogen powers a vehicle. Water comes out of the exhaust. There's zero carbon. Why can't we make cars like this then? I don't get it. Like, what? Wasn't hydrogen supposed to be the new thing? And then we just like got rid of it. I still remember seeing those, like, every once in a while you'd see that it's like hydrogen fueling station, or was those hydrogen fuel cells? Something like that. And that was going to be the new thing. And then the EV shit took over and they kind of appeared to throw it to the wayside. Here's a picture when Andy Green set the overall land speed record in 1997. That's cool. In 1997, Green broke the sound barrier on land in a jet-powered car at an average speed of 763.035 miles an hour. There's the picture of it right there. That's badass. Love it. Thailand has halted issuing new gun permits days after a mass shooting at a school. We talked about the mass shooting last week, but Prime Minister Anutin Charnvirakul of Thailand announced a suspension. New gun permits, one of several firearm control measures presented by the government in response to the deadly mass shooting at that high school last week. He also said, did Mr. Anutin, that he wants to draft a firearms law that would give out harsher penalties for gun-related offenses than existing laws. And this came back to, again, I covered this last week, but last Friday, not this last Friday, week before last, a 14-year-old student at a high school northwest of Bangkok used his grandfather's handgun to fatally shoot both of his grandparents before opening fire at his school. And he killed 5 teachers, wounded more than 30 others, and then he offed himself. Suicide. And that was the deadliest attack since 2022, when that former cop shot or stabbed more than 30 people at that daycare center. So, yeah. They're still pretty rare in Thailand, way less than us. There are about 10 million firearms in civilian hands in Thailand. That's about 15.1 firearms per 100 people. Of those, 4.1 million are believed to be unregistered. Red, what are you doing? And also what they did, there's also going to be a suspension of the country's welfare gun program, which has allowed public officials to buy firearms at heavily discounted prices. Excellent. All right, so no more guns in Thailand. You're on your own. Let's see. What else do I have here? France. Let's go back to France really quick. They have banned unsolicited telemarketing calls completely. Solar panels, roofs, heat pumps, cold calls, all that stuff. Yeah. Companies will no longer be allowed to advertise goods and services through such calls unless consumers previously give their consent or if the calls are about a pre-existing contract. 97% of France's population say they are annoyed by daily telemarketing calls, so unlikely to be any pushback on that one. There was a bomb threat at the U.S. consulate in Nova Scotia, of all places. Yeah, a man was taken into custody on Monday in Nova Scotia after he communicated a bomb threat towards our consulate in Halifax one night earlier, and they found a bunch of flammable shit in his vehicle in a nearby parking garage. This guy is 54 years old. The police did not say how the bomb threat was communicated. Do we have an update on this guy? Hold on. Let's see. Nova Scotia bomb threat. Let's check this out really quick. Bomb threat. Here we go. Let's get something here. What does this say? A bail hearing was adjourned for the 3rd time. What is this? Oh, his name is Ali Asakera. So they're having a bail hearing for this guy accused of making it. This guy, Ali. And he's being charged with uttering threats and public mischief after cops accused him of placing a propane tank and flammable liquids in his car before parking it near the consulate. So his lawyer said he keeps trying to get word on bail. Previous bail hearings were adjourned on Tuesday and Wednesday, and the cops aren't saying whether there's any charges pending or what's going on. Huh. Yeah, maybe they're just bullshitting. Finishing up here. I want to do over here. Let's go to... So what do we have here? Sorry, guys. Just I want to do a couple more quick ones. There's some nut job. Oh, I did the poisoning tree story last week in Lake Tahoe, but I want to go back to Lake Tahoe because remember that horrible ski accident, the cross-country ski, where 9 people were killed by that avalanche back in February? They finally they put out an internal report. This report was done by Blackbird Mountain Guides. They were in charge of the trip in February, right? And they basically didn't blame the company at all. So this is a group of backcountry skiers led by Blackbird Mountain Guys, and they left Frog Lake huts near Donner Pass during a major snowstorm on February 17th. And a lot of speculation was like, why would you leave in the middle of a blizzard? So... the report draws no conclusions, here you go, and does not say if mistakes were made. And it does not ask or address a key question. Why did the 15-member group leave the huts in the snowstorm rather than staying sheltered? Exactly. We'll never know how the avalanche was triggered. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of legal problem. I mean, Blackbird, of course, their internal report, they're not going to take any blame because you have to figure there's going to be like tons of lawsuits over here. All 9 victims died of asphyxia due to burial in snow. Yeah, just I asked that question at the time when I covered it. I was like, why would you leave the security of this beautiful hut system? Flesh-eating bacteria has killed 5 people in Louisiana. Flesh-eating bacteria's real name is Vibrio vulnificus. It survives in warm, salty water. But yeah, that's so far this year. It's not all at once. So it can occur naturally in coastal waters. People can be infected with the pathogen when an open wound comes into contact with the water or when they consume undercooked shellfish, particularly oysters. Wow. And another 4 people in Louisiana were associated with wounds exposed to seawater. Vibrio are more common from May through October when seawater tends to be warmer. Gross. Yeah, watch out for those pools of salt water. The Lakers sold. The Los Angeles Lakers sold for $12.5 billion. That is insane. Yeah, Josh Kushner, a venture capitalist, and Bob Iger, the former CEO of Disney, bought the Los Angeles Lakers. That's crazy. And it's only a year after another guy bought the team, Mark Walter. So 14 months ago, Mark Walter agreed to purchase the Lakers at a then record-setting $10 billion valuation. Well, now these two guys, 14 months later, they said, no, we'll give you $12.5 billion. So this guy just made $2.5 billion in fucking 14 months. Unbelievable. Yeah, remember, this was owned by the Bus family for like 40 years. Long time. So Jeannie Buss is the team's governor, what they call. I guess that's a chairman. They do have shares in the franchise. She sold a majority stake in the franchise to that Walter guy in June of 2025, but that deal stipulated that she remained governor for at least 5 years. Bob Iger told the California Post he intends to honor that agreement. So that's nuts, dude. $12.5 billion. These sports teams are just getting higher and higher and higher. I mean, you used to be able to buy an NBA team for like $1 billion. Mark Cuban bought the Mavericks from Ross Perot Jr. in the year 2000 for $285 million. When he sold a majority stake of the team, the Mavericks, to Miriam Adelson in 2023, the team was valued about $3.5 billion. Jeez. Michael Jordan in 2023, he sold a majority stake in the Charlotte Hornets to price the team at $3 billion. That's $2.7 billion more than he paid in 2010. God. How did who gives it? They get money from TV? Sports is one of the last big draws to live television. And as a result, leagues and therefore the teams are being paid far more for the rights to air their games. There you go. The NBA's most recent TV rights package is an 11-year agreement worth about $77 billion. And now they're saying the other big one is all the legalized sports betting. And the draft, the predict Kalshi, all this shit like that. And so just like money's no object. This shit's like not even real anymore. Speaking of Kalshi and prediction markets, I talked a lot last week about this, how these markets, they flag accounts that they think have inside information. They do that. And they're saying, the prediction markets themselves are saying, hey, we're doing our part, but nobody's arresting any of these. So Kalshi pointed to 32 possible inside traders to the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. That is the federal agency that oversees the industry. And Kalshi is only one of 13 of these prediction market, right? Only one of 13 firms that allow people to wager on how specific events will unfold. So the Trading Commission has as many as 20 ongoing investigations based on just Kalshi's evidence, but they don't have the manpower to look into any of this shit. So the Trading Commission has its smallest staff in at least 20 years because of Trump administration cuts. And that's it. What are you going to do? I'm telling you guys, do not use these prediction markets. You're going to get your fucking ass handed to them. You will. There's always going to be a guy that knows more about an event than you do. And I've talked about it a couple times, but let's just bring up the example. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about at all, let's remember the invasion of Venezuela, famously. And the U.S. soldier who was on the invasion, he placed a bunch of bets that we were going to invade in Venezuela. And a lot of people bent against him because they didn't have that information, and they all lost, and he won. He was investigated. I don't know what the status of that investigation is still going on or what. Okay. Tourist dragged into a ravine and killed by bear. Oh, God. After posing for a selfie with the bear cub in Romania. There's his selfie. He died right after this. Italian tourist Omar Farang-Zin, 49, was riding on his motorcycle along the Carpathian Mountains when a bear attacked him and dragged his body down a ravine. Just days before that happened, he had posted a series of pictures on Facebook of a large bear, which appears to be standing extremely close to him. And he also shared a selfie posting with a bear cub, which he can be seen smiling. Look at this picture he took of this bear. The bear's on its hind legs. Dude, do people just think bears are like Disney or what? Is that why they're comfortable doing this shit? Unbelievable. I guess Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson is the subject of a new recall. Yeah. This is the first recall attempt directed at Seattle Mayor since 2020. Like, okay, I have questions. So now the media is talking like individuals, right? And all these people who no doubt voted for her are all questioning, like, where the city's going, like, what direction. I'm like, dude, she made her fucking plans pretty clear when she was running. She's a democratic socialist who doesn't believe in cops or prisons. And how all these people like, well, I never thought public safety would be this bad. But she told you. Unbelievable. Several residents declined to speak on camera due to the politically charged nature of the topic. Oh, you pussies. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? God, Seattle's never beating the allegations. You guys are filled with wieners, dude. You're a bunch of nerds. Oh, I'm so afraid. Somebody might see me on the TV and judge me. Who gives a shit? Politically charged nature of the topic. Yeah, you're being asked about a mayor. It's politically charged. Why don't you fucking sack up and answer the question? This is why all the cities are shitholes. Because nobody wants to come out and like blame anybody. I'm not trying to judge, but no, judge. You should be judging. Yeah. All of a sudden, they're shocked that Seattle mayor who ran on abolishing the police is creating an unsafe environment. Crazy. You nerd video game guys, I thought you'd like this story. A Wisconsin game shop discovered almost 100 copies of a never-before-seen version of Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt cartridges in storage. I guess the game's cartridges are different, like, physically. Different screws and labels and stuff like that than previous variants of the game. So this guy, I love stories like this. So this guy, Kevin Braun, he's the owner of One Stop Wonders in Waukesha. Is that how you pronounce it, guys? You've told me 10 times. Wisconsin. He bought the box of games about 2 to 3 years ago from a man who had them in his garage untouched for 20 to 30 years. And they were going to be melted down for gold because there's slight amounts of gold in them, but the games were never destroyed. And he found the box hidden behind Halloween decorations in his storage unit, and he had forgotten all about it. And somebody was like, hey, why don't you open that box? And they said this is one of the most documented video games in history, and they're in pristine shape. And several, the professional sports authenticators, a memorabilia authenticator, graded several of the cartridges a perfect 10, a first for Nintendo Entertainment Systems games. And just so you know what kind of money we're talking about here, a 9.6 graded Super Mario Brothers game sold at Heritage Auctions for a record-breaking $3 million. So this guy's got like a shitload of them set for life. Another update. Remember the guy who cut off the air supply of the kids lobster diving? Yeah, he says he's innocent. He says this is all bullshit. This is the 51-year-old man who's accused of turning off the air supply of a teenage lobster diver. And he's speaking out after he was charged with attempted second-degree murder. Michael Simpson denied all the allegations against him in an interview with Good Morning America. He said, quote, "It's all lies. It's simple. It's been a devastating few days. It's absolutely untrue," end quote. So this is on July 29th. Recreational fishermen can catch lobsters before commercial fishers. So Simpson is accused of boarding a boat and shutting off the oxygen supply of a teenager who was diving at the time. 18-year-old Hunter Coffer was using what's called a Brownie third lung, a floating air tank attached to a long hose. So this guy swam over to the air supply unit and intentionally turned it off. Coffer was pulled to safety by his boat partner, who told cops that Simpson fled the scene. The boy was gasping for air as he came up, so he was arrested and charged. What is this? He said he did not flee the scene. He said he's going to plead not guilty. This is crazy, dude. I know, Red. Isn't that crazy? Okay. All right, let's play some video clips before I get out of here. Let's do this one. Attorney General Todd Blanche has announced the arrest of 11 people accused of running one of the largest marriage fraud schemes ever. This would be good. Let's listen to this one.
Today we are announcing the arrests and unsealing of an indictment out of the Southern District of New York, charging 11 individuals for allegedly overseeing an extensive, decade-long marriage fraud scheme involving more than 1,000 sham marriages between Chinese nationals and United States citizens, and then the submission of fraudulent applications for green cards. This is one of the largest marriage fraud prosecutions in United States history. This scheme was not a quick fly-by-night operation, but rather a years-long, multi-million-dollar cottage industry to criminally assist people who would not or legally could not otherwise become citizens of the United States. Today we are announcing the arrests.
All right. So my question, of course, is, so what happens to all those people? Because they used a ton of chain migration to get the whole family fucking unit over here. So are they having all their visas stripped? Clip does not say. I got a few Trump clips. Let's play. He's at some rally. Oh, he's at the Nassau County Police Academy. that Long? Is that like Long Island? Uniondale, New York, and he's ranting about something here. Let's so he's I think this is like a police graduation or a police academy. I don't know what the occasion is, but he decides to rip on some libs. Let's listen to this.
The official communist platform calls for abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, abolishing qualified immunity, abolishing all immigration enforcement, and giving full amnesty to 50 million illegal aliens. How about that?
How about that?
One of Mayor Mondami's closest allies in New York, Daria Liza Avila. I've never heard of her. Who the hell is she?
Daria Liza.
Called police pigs. They're pigs. She said they're pigs. And she said that end policing, full stop. That's her campaign. That's what she says, end policing, full stop. The radical extremist has not been disavowed by Chuck Schumer, who's a Palestinian. He's a full-fledged Palestinian. In fact, I'm looking for Palestinian garb. I'm going to send it to him for his birthday. I know him very well.
Chuck Schumer's
or crazy
Jewish, by the
Nancy
way.
Pelosi, she's totally crazy. If you got to know her, you'd say she's crazy. Or Kathy Hochul, who's done such a poor job in New York.
Hochul.
In fact,
Hochul.
She has the congressional Democrats full support. Think of it. Every Democrat, not the people. The people are going to vote for Bruce Blakeman, but the politicians, they're all for.
They're all for. Just wanders off. All right, let's. Here he is at the same event, and he decides to rip on Hochul and Mamdani. So he says. So he either Trump, when he's saying people's names, like he'll be like he'll be like the guttural thing at first, but like Hochul. He'll do that, the emphasis, or he also does the he like pauses, like when he's talking about Barack Hussein Obama. He does that. He'll be like Mamdani. When he doesn't like somebody. But let's listen to this clip. He talks about both of them.
And Hochul and Mayor Mondami.
See? Mamdani.
We're against securing our border. They were against our massive tax cuts. They were against no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our seniors. They were against all of that. They fought it like hell. Is that right, Congressman? Am I right? Nick, right? They fought like crazy. I mean, and Hochul and Mayor
Sorry, I had to look
Mondami.
Mamdani. I don't know. What's this guy's name? Hochul Mamdani. That's why he does it with his hands, too. Okay. I don't feel like playing him. I'm going to cut to the chase, you guys. And we're going to go to the big finish. Which is kind of it's okay. Here's what we're gonna do. It's kind of a two-parter in a way. First of all, the actual act. Let us go to one of my favorite topics: men behaving badly in stores while following women around. And this one is in New Jersey, Falls Township. I'm sorry, the man is from New Jersey. The incident, I believe, was in Pennsylvania. So authorities have identified a man from New Jersey as the person who allegedly exposed himself and performed a sex act inside two stores in Bucks County. They say Anthony Oates pulled out his genitals and exposed himself to an 18-year-old while she was shopping at the Morrisville Dollar Tree. He is also accused of doing the same thing at a nearby Michael's store. Did he finish is what I want to know. I believe he did, because this is part of a broader thing that dudes are doing now. This is an online trend known as gooning. And men record themselves targeting women with lewd acts, often at Dollar Trees, and then they post the video online. And yeah, this is exactly what you think. They pleasure themselves and either pleasure themselves in the moment and have some jizz on their hands. They pleasure themselves onto somebody, or they pleasure themselves at home into a test tube and then use a syringe or other device to fling it on people. So this is a real deal. As a matter of fact, it's gotten so much play that Dollar Tree is now being sued over it. And this has to do with my town of San Diego. because 3 women allegedly had semen either wiped or ejaculated on them while shopping at the same Southern California Dollar Tree. So now there's criminal charges against the United States Marine and a lawsuit accusing the chain of leaving customers vulnerable to sexual predators. So all of these were at the Dollar Tree on Claremont Mesa Boulevard in San Diego. This picture you're seeing on the live stream, that's not the actual Dollar Tree. It's just a stock image. So 3 encounters reported over 2 weekends in March of 2025 at the Dollar Tree. Each woman told police a man moved very close behind her while she was shopping before she noticed a substance on her clothing. Ew! One of the women also discovered a substance in her hair. Bro was fucking launching ropes, dude. So now a 22-year-old locally based U.S. Marine has been since charged with misdemeanor lewd conduct and misdemeanor sexual battery in connection with all 3 incidents. How is that a misdemeanor? That's like a federal crime. You're exposing someone to bodily fluids. That should be an instant death penalty case. Just give them the needle right there. String them up. One of the women is suing the company in San Diego Superior Court, and at least 11 women nationwide, including the 3 who reported the incidents in San Diego, have alleged similar encounters inside Dollar Tree stores. The affidavit claims videos of such incidents have appeared on porn websites and has become so notorious it has resulted in a cryptocurrency coin. What's this coin? Jizz coin? I think there's already a Jizz coin. They'd have to call it something. Goon coin? Dollar goon coin? Yeah. One attorney said her research led her to what she describes as a disturbing online culture. Again, this is the gooning thing. In some cases, she said women posted videos to shame the perpetrators, but doing so, they actually gives them what they want because these guys get off on watching the video and seeing their work, so to speak. The woman suing Dollar Tree said she sought surveillance footage from the Claremont store after her alleged encounter, but was told by a manager the camera covering the aisle was not working. Oh, that's convenient. Dollar Tree denies all the allegations. That's it. Guys, what's happening with society? I'm going right to the, I'm going to switch views here really quick. All right, so see if you can see the sweat all over my face. All right, I hope you like the live stream setup. That's all I got for you as I sweat here away. It's hot still in San Diego. Really hope you enjoyed the live stream setup, you guys, and do some more work with lighting and stuff. I'm sorry I don't have any like cool hoo-yah fucking shit in the background. Some of you guys actually put that to me on social media. You're like, oh, you're going to have all kinds of, you got to get some like cool guy gear in the back. Well, you can see I have a window in the back. So that's not really work. And also I'm going to note, I realized I got it to work last week, but it didn't this week. I had a better camera, but I ran into some hardware issues where I couldn't plug everything I needed into this particular laptop. So I had to use my built-in Apple MacBook Air webcam, which as far as I know, looks okay. I mean, it's not as high speed as the other camera, but it's working okay. And eventually, hopefully I'll replace that. But let me know what you think, guys. I'm going to go ahead and close this iPad up. Let me know what you think with the live stream. I'm still feeling it out. I know I probably don't sound as sure of myself as I usually do. It's a little bit harder. I'm keeping an eye on more things than I did. I'm sure with a couple more, I'll kind of have it down. So stick with me. Please, as always, your feedback is great. I see I do have a chat box in here, guys. I have not been able to look at it the entire time. Hopefully none of these chats is saying like, yo, you're on mute or something like that. Otherwise, I just wasted the last almost 4 hours. But give me some feedback on that. Let me know how it goes. And of course, I will have this uploaded to the regular platforms after I'm finished here, so you can listen to the podcast as you always do. So again, follow me on Twitter at Bravo Kilo Actual. Instagram is at BK Actual. If you guys appreciate the effort, all this shit costs money. Please go to patreon.com, type in BK Actual to contribute $1 or $2 a month. And if you want to take it off Patreon completely, you can always go to Venmo. I'm also there at BK Actual, and you'll see a picture of me and Big Red. So that is going to do it for me. I'm soaked in sweat. The ab veins are popping nicely. The question is, when do I do this nude? That's the question, at least from the waist up nude. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll make more money that way. Okay, guys, that's it. That's all I got, and I'll see you next week.